Good evening and welcome to this bonus stream. I was planned for a workshop all day, but didn't feel like it. So I went home, got something to eat, got a little nap, and then it was like, I should be streaming now. So here we are. Thank you, Daniel, for the tier 2 for 53 months. And we have Speedy. Lovingly. So I haven't really thought of anything to sort of pre-stream chit-chat. So what have you guys been up to? Yeah, he's very cuddly. Cleaning. Ah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, for me it was... this workshop was sort of a community thing in the place that I go very often. So it's sort of like a community, community event, and that meant that all activities were sort of communal, and I'm just not that into that. It's like it was a little bit too silly, a little bit too, I don't know, communal, and so I was like, yeah, it's not gonna get better for the rest of the evening. I'm not really good into it. So I had some good conversations, but then I was like, yeah, no point in sticking around and enduring. I'm very good at that, like not enduring, knowing my boundaries, and just be like, yeah, that's not for me. Hello. What's your vacation wrap up? And my 2 cents on the topic: women also suffer from landing in the friend zone. Okay. I didn't. Oh, I mean, obviously it happens, but I don't think it's as prevalent as it is for men. But that's maybe just because that's the only perspective I see. A little ballet cat. Look at that foot. Yeah, look at that. But it was yeah, very cuddly. And now your husband is looking over at you like, hey, dare say you'd be surprised. I mean, maybe I'm not, because I also sort of put someone in that category. Just yesterday I went to an intro thing in an SM club that I know it's been there, but I've never really been bothered to go to an intro evening. And there were 3 very young women there, and I was one of the people introducing the place kind of knew me and my reputation. They was like, oh, the rope guy. And then sort of, that's always a nice conversation starter. And it was interesting because I was not interested in hitting on 22-year-old women, but the fact that I was not hitting on them made it all the more interesting, which was kind of fun. And but also it felt good. But I squarely was like, yep, friend zoning. We could talk about kinks and ropes and stuff like that, but we nope. Now you're getting, but we can't do anything else. Making design something alternative to the Space Casino. Yes, I am. When the time comes. DSP for a little while, playing Factorio too much. Yeah, I know that. I'm gonna play DSP when there's something new there. So, I picked up my paintings on Thursday. And just for context, then my partner, I gave her as a birthday present that I kidnapped her and took her to an artist. And we tied for several hours, and they were taking like hundreds of pictures, and we selected 2 pictures, one for each of us, and they were made into very, very beautiful paintings, and we collected them now, and I paid for them, and I'm blown away how amazing they are. So I'm thinking that maybe, since this is a bonus stream and it's just you and me, that I can sort of share it in the stream chat, and then just kind of take it away. I understood paintings and I thought you had understood wrong. No, I'm gonna share one of them, the mine because it's there's nothing nude about it. So I'm gonna be if there's any interest, then we can share it in Discord. I'll put a spoiler tag. How do I? T. So. There, and then I'm gonna see how do I think I just upload a picture, and then when I upload it, I choose that it is it's there, and then I click it so that it's spoiled. There we go. So now there is a spoiled painting in stream chat, and it'll be removed later on if I remember, or maybe it won't. But I think that's a absolutely insanely beautiful picture. And of course, this is a picture of a painting. The painting is of course way more. You did those not? Yes, I'm the one tying. It's my partner being tied. And what I really love about it is that she is nude, but it's not a nude picture. So it is, the ropes are strategically placed in that picture so that you can't see anything illicit, which I think is really amazing. And the colors, whew. So yeah, and this is now it's 1 meter, no 120 by 1 meter. So it's like it's giant painting in my in my living room. Yeah, I put it in my living room. It's a centerpiece of my living room. So every time I walk into my living room, it's like, nice. So yeah, I'm extremely happy about it. In a smaller scale, it wouldn't have worked. I don't know. It could also worked in smaller scale, but I mean, it deserves to be that big. So it's what makes art accessible to a more audience. Yeah, it's just I really love that picture, and it's something we do together. The tying, and I think something that's also I think people in the rope community in Denmark would, if they know me, they would be like, yeah, that's a typical Nilaus tie, which I think is pretty good. There's something about the lines and something about the ties that I just really love. So it is a front suspended gote, it is a futomomo, and it's a front suspended kinoko hip loader. Those are some of my favorite things. Scythar, thank you for the 18 months. Much appreciated. Yeah. It's a great picture, but it raises so many questions. Yeah, sure, Eric. Please, I'd love to hear what kind of questions it raises. The first question is always like, does it hurt? Like, yeah, it hurts. She suspended me on, when was that? Thursday evening, because I wanted to try it, and we just had fun, and I have now bruises in my inner thigh, not even my inner thighs, like above my inner thighs, because I'm too fat and stiff to be suspended. Yeah, the stream is a great to ask it, but is it anything like BDSM or just for me? Oh, it's very much BDSM thing. For us, it's a BDSM thing, and it's a sexual thing, but it's also an artistic and aesthetic thing, and it's also a connection. But we're very much into the whole BDSM. Like, the B is bondage in BDSM, and the D is dominance, and the S is sadism, and the M is masochism. So yeah, that's a little bit of all of it. But of course, for this part, this is more of a celebration of something we have together. That's tying us together, you could say. So yeah. No, no, Eric, please, on the contrary, you're very welcome to ask. I do love questions, and I also love questions that don't go directly into. I think you missed a wire on the hub blueprint on volcanoes. Like those are, yeah. Is the most satisfying part not the small bit of pain from me? The small bit of pain? The small bit of pain? I beg to differ. It's not a small bit of pain for me, at least. And this is a relatively comfortable tie. Um, it's a. I think if I was suspended in it, I could also be suspended. I wouldn't be as uh, relaxed as she was, but it's this is. I wanted the tie that was sort of, yeah, my the mood I went for on my picture was devotion and sort of surrender into the ropes, and I think that's captured really well. No need to scare with facts. I think it's also discomfort. I have tried one time when I tied something and someone else on the other mat was tying so basically the same thing, and my new model was like, "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts," and I'm like, "What?" Like, yeah, it does. And she was pointing at the other people on the other mat that were just having. They were just. She was just in bliss and joy. It was like, "Why doesn't it hurt her?" It's like, "Oh, it does. It does. She just likes it." How do you manage work-life balance when new content comes out in your primary genre? Do you see your income drop after stepping away for a period of time? Does it cyclical nature of game releases prevent you from taking vacation time when you'd like to? Thank you. Nice, really nice open questions. You're welcome to ask questions about the painting or that thing while I'll just answer this one. How do I manage work-life balance? It's pretty easy because this is my full-time job. So if I had a full-time job outside of streaming and live and content creation, it would be difficult, but it's not. So there is justice. And I manage it in I have a really bad work-life balance because I don't work very much. So it's skewed in the other opposite direction of where most people are. Most people work too much and have too little time for life. I have way too much time for life and don't work enough. So there's definitely no complaints from my side on how the balance is as it is now. Um, and yes, this is also I noticed that not only is it not yeah, not only is the I don't know cyclical, but it's I can usually compare it to selling Christmas trees, right? I no matter how much you work in May, you're not gonna sell any Christmas trees because the market is just not there. So you gotta wait until it's season, and once it's season, you gotta work more because that's when you can make the money. That's basically how it works with content creation in my case. So when there's a 2.1 release of Factorio, then I gotta work a little bit more, even though it's summer vacation, but I still don't work too much because I know I can sort of stretch it out. But if there's a new release of the new factory game, then I clear my calendar for a couple of weeks and just create a lot of content, lots of streams and lots of videos. And it's only like the first 2 weeks. Most of the time, it doesn't really matter. For me, it's about if I create content with good Patreon interactions like save games and blueprints, then that's the one that means the most. So, yeah, that's what it is. And vacation, I do take vacation. I am I'm in a position where I am very relaxed about my content creation career. I don't have anything I want to achieve. I don't want to reach a certain threshold. I don't want to be keep growing. I'm just really happy that you guys are hanging out with me, and there are some Patreon supporters that keep the whole thing afloat. There's an occasional hype train. Everything is awesome. Then that's as long as that works and it doesn't stress me out, then I can enjoy content creation. I can come home from I can be in an event like today where I paid for an event and went there and I was like, you know what? I'd rather go home, get some food, get a nap, and then stream. So that's that's the position I'm in. And if I was forcing myself to work more, I would also burn out. And I've been doing this for 10 years now, and therefore the reason I think the main reason why I'm not burned out is because I'm so diligent on not forcing myself to do something I don't want to. There have been times when the right thing to do was something, and I was like, yeah, I don't bother. It's not really my thing. And then I'd sort of leave money on the table, basically, because if I leave money on the table and don't burn out, that's better than taking the money from, forcing myself to play Satisfactory 1.1 when I didn't give a shit about it. Then I would just burn out and just start hating it. So, hello, Hentai Senpai. When you can manage your finances, the work-life balance tends to work itself out. Yes. Exactly. And, well, no, not really. Because we can also see that Jeffrey, thank you for the Prime, welcome. You can also see, like, the best example is the world's richest man. He doesn't seem to be particularly relaxed or stress-free or enjoying life in any way. So, clearly, some people don't sort of break out of that loop. But, I'd rather live than be rich. And, yeah. Someone do the command. Someone do the command so I don't have to get my blood pressure up. In my case, I managed to spend all my finances, hence I do a lot of work. Yeah, okay. Better than good work-life balance. Yeah, I mean, a no work-life balance, maybe even better. Like I'm also kind of thinking, or I'm kind of starting to say that I'm not really working, because I can just kind of stream when I feel like it. I think if there was one, I'm pretty sure that I know that we have created a command so that I don't have to get my blood pressure up about that game. So. Yeah, so I'm luckily in a... thank you, Isolde. Hey, why are you not a moderator already? You are moderating the hell out of this channel. That's a really weird abbreviation. Found it. Thank you. Awesome. That's even a little bit more neutral than necessary. Yeah, so you can also say, like, the two questions or the stuff we... Hey, Grained, thank you for the Prime. We'll talk about this picture thing. Welcome home. And the hobby that is associated with it, and the... yeah. And sort of the work, it's all connected, because I kind of, the fact that I went to another club yesterday and I didn't know anyone there, but the kind of sort of, there was sort of like I also talked to some people today, and it's quite clear that I have a really strong brand in terms of my rope presence in Copenhagen, which is really nice. So obviously, that's where I put a lot more of my time into that. It's also why I'm never streaming on Tuesdays and Fridays, because I'm somewhere else. Iron Nest. It looks like a cool turret simulator. Well, you just said turret simulator, and then I don't care anything. That sounds really awful. Tower defense thing. So, yeah, I already have games for August. The game that I'm looking very much forward to, but I don't know if I'm going to get to play it. I might sort of want to get a little bit further with Factorio before switching over to something else, is of course Mortal Shell 2, which comes out on the 20th, actually the 17th, so it's 1 month from now. Love your YouTube videos. Glad to catch one of your streams. Thank you, Jeffrey, and thank you for your Prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, so that's the next one, and then in September, I believe, we have Valheim coming out. So I kind of feel that if I start one of those, then I kind of continue there, and then it'll be, yeah. I'm here, you can bid now. Thank you. Good, Lydia J. We can start now. Or we can talk about other stuff. Yeah. There's someone I met today. It's a good friend in the community. I hadn't seen him for a while, and he got really weird. Like that happens. But apparently he had sort of been drinking from the deep end of the whole tantra as a life philosophy thing, and it was just really weird. And he was sort of like talking like you have to think about the it, and you turn it upside down in a non-dualistic way of looking at the world, and what is, like, what is what? Yes, exactly. What is? And I was like, what is what exactly? Isn't that interesting? It's like, you're not making any sense. What? It's like, sense. What is sense? It doesn't exist. It exists beyond us, so it doesn't exist. Is it here? Is it there? I was like, okay, dude. Gah, It's so weird when people are. So weird when like we used to have good conversations about like what it is to be a man in this kind of space and all that stuff, and now it became like really esoteric about the nature of thought and itself and whether emotions really existed. And I was like, okay, I don't think I'm not getting anything out of this. I don't really care. Like the whole idea of whether we live in a simulation or not, like, I don't care. It doesn't change anything. But what if we don't have a free will? Like, I don't care. It changes nothing for me. What about God? Can we prove that God exists? I don't care. It doesn't affect the way I live my life. None of it does. So, all of that is like, I don't even want to go into it because I don't really care about it. So, if you, and the other ones that can be called to vibe, yeah, that is an existential crisis. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's also an existential crisis. It's something like starting to tumble down the rabbit hole about asking about why, what, how, and I'm like, okay, I would like to have a little bit more direct conversations about things that actually exist and actually affecting us, and not sort of on the deeper meanings of life. It's weird because, I mean, it could be worse. Could suddenly turn political or sort of conspiracy theorist. That kind of, sometimes I've also had friends that suddenly became a conspiracy theorist. It was of course during Corona, so yeah, he must have fallen down a rabbit hole, and then suddenly it was like everything. It was like the whole thing, and it was the whole argument about, yeah, but it is, you can't argue with the fact that it is strange that and something. I was like, no, I don't need to argue against that. It's not doesn't mean that there are lizard people controlling the world just because there are something that may be a coincidence or may not be a coincidence. But either way, it doesn't prove the fact that the world is hollow and populated by lizard people who are taking over the powerful elite. Like, let's not go there. But you gotta admit that. Like, no, I don't gotta admit anything. So yeah, some people fall off the deep end sometimes. Yeah, just gotta be remembering, not preaching. You can find your own thing that makes sense. I've found something that makes sense for me in my my rope and stuff, but I'm not. I think I'm not pushing it on you. I'm telling about it a lot sometimes, but I'm not like, you should all do it. Do it. You must. A game suggestion on Discord. A little bit of a personal choice. Where? Under game suggestions? Ooh, there. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It looks cute, but that doesn't look like a game that I'm playing. So it's not a game that I'm gonna stop playing Factorio for. Yeah. So, and chat, hope you have a lovely evening. Yeah, I hope so too. Let's see if we can make it into a lovely evening. Whoop. So, what is the topic of today in Factorio Land? I think last time we landed on I really want to catch up to the live stream, but I'll never will. Have you played Graveyard Keeper? No. I have not. I'm not going to either. So we landed on good old Fulgora here. That was where we are. And if we look at... Oops. We have our base here on Volcanus, working, chugging along. Have our base on Nilaus, not really chugging much, just kind of being here. And then we have now start working on the Fulgora world. Let's see. So the last thing I wanted to do was just getting this, the holmium plates. Yes. So let's have a look at. So we got the holmium plates, and that also gives us the superconductors, the supercapacitors, the electrolyte, and the electromagnetic plant. So we need to figure out how to get the electromagnetic plant, because it kind of has the same issue as we had on the other planet. So this one is waiting for the refined concrete. And where do we have refined concrete? There. So we do need water inbound. That's refined concrete. Do we have any? No. Because we're not getting anything in. Why are we not getting anything? Where are you at? You are now sitting at this location, getting some belts. Yes. Okay. And where's our landing bay? The landing bay is here. So we should have... Don't know what we're supposed to have down here. And something? And then go to Volcanus and basically do the same thing as we have for this one. And go to Fulgora. And then, oof, this is the one I've actually improved. So we should have there. That one. No. Huh? That one. Yes. Is this the only thing we're bringing in? Okay. Yeah, so in this group we should have 3 different categories. One that's simply called... Oh, I don't know if that what happens if I do that. So I think I just have to create a new one instead of renaming it. Have that one. And it's called requests. That's all the generic, all the requests that I just kind of put it from here. Then we definitely want all the stuff coming from... Isn't it weird? Oh, no, it's not. It's because it's that one. And then also that one. These things are going to be brought in. Yes. Yeah. And there was a little bit... Missing a green wire from the roboport. No, the red wire from the roboport here. No, that's not it. What I want. I just need a wire back to that one to actually set it up. There. And then set requests on the green wire. Which is here. That's the stuff we're requesting inbound. Should be good. Good. I don't know if this can stay here, but it's there now. Okay, so let's have a look at next part. We do have a little bit of cliff explosives, so we can still remove some cliffs, like that. Power, actually. We should probably have a power plant thing. No, where's our power, actually? That's weird. Are we not bringing... Should we be bringing more of the accumulators inbound for this one on the first one? 500? Where are those 500? Where are... Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have our power. That's good. I just started to play Factorio again, and I started watching your YouTube. New YouTube series. I always forget that all the work before robots is so tedious. Yeah, I don't really mind. Have I missed with new radar modes? No, I have not. And it's actually one of the things that I also wanted to talk a little bit about. And then, so what I've done now is I have kind of done it the best way I could do it with the old system. Of basically saying, okay, each planet has some specific things that it always wants to be brought in from other places. And then they sort of do milk runs. This one is for Fulgora Express. So it takes care of Fulgora by going around, picking things up and coming back to Fulgora, and also taking the stuff from Fulgora and bring it back to Novice. And likewise, we have one that is essentially the same for Volcanus. It will also eventually get one that is from Fulgora to Volcanus with electromagnetic plants, but we don't have those yet, so that doesn't really make sense. Also, we'd probably move these to go over from Fulgora later on, when that makes more sense. Or taking these ones out because they don't make sense to bring in anymore, because they're already created on Volcanus. Anyway, the other idea that we could have is how do I say this properly? That I would use the radars, and then this planet would sort of tell orbit, I need X. But by just saying I need X, then as far as I can tell, let's say that this ship here has a radar that receives from Fulgora. It says, hey, you want a foundry and some productivity modules, for example. Productivity modules are only made on Novice, and foundries are only made on Volcanus. So how would, based on the radar request, would I know if I use this mechanic here, here to set requests? Then how would it know that it's supposed to pick up boundaries from there? It defaults it because it's here, but there will be other things that will default to Novice, but I'm not going to make them on Novice. Such as when we get a little bit further, I'll make circuits everywhere else, and then it would actually, by this, I am right now hard coding that I want green circuits coming from Volcanus to Fulgora. If I didn't do that and I did it dynamically, then I couldn't do that. I could just say, I want green circuits. And then they would pick up green circuits by default on Novice. And maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want them to be picked up on Volcanus instead, because that's a better production facility for it. And if I did the dynamic request, I couldn't control where they're picked up from. That's the reason why I'm not really messing with the radars, because I think it's a good idea, yes, but I can't control where I'm getting it from. I have yard to Fermi, a commissary ship for things like belts, but boxed up a dedicated ship just like trains. Yeah, they're not that cheap right now, but they are definitely getting cheaper, the ships, especially these smaller ships. So, but I'm not going to have a ship for green inserters and another ship for red inserters. That doesn't make any sense. So you're sort of going to group some of those things together. Of course, later on you could go like, yeah, I'm going to have one for green circuits, one for red circuits, one for blue circuits, because I want to transport them 40,000 at a time, or something like that, right? I have to set first to see the setup menu. Huh? On the commissary ship. We call it commissary ship, yeah. But that's kind of, if you build that, which is kind of also what I've done. Like I'm sending all these things from Novice to the other planets, because Novice is where I'm having it. But later on, maybe that won't be the case. But it also might change, and then we have like this commissary ship. If as you have it, then that excludes electromagnetic planets and foundries because they come from other planets. And then, like, okay, so it goes A to B to C, so it goes around, or does it, like, I still don't see the point of having the dynamic requests. Like, I can see it in the way that Yeah, I think we talked about it last time, and I think I just want to sort of reiterate it. The reason why you want a demand-driven train network is to cut down on unnecessary transport in the network. Because a train network is constrained by the amount of trains that are running in the network. And if you have every train running all the time, as soon as it's full, it goes, and then it goes, tries to unload, and if you can't unload, it goes back. And then sort of just, if all trains in a train network are always moving, you're going to hit a bottleneck, and then your train system stops working. So you have to make sure that the trains are only going when they need to go, hence a demand-driven network. Now, that's not a constraint with space, because they collect their own fuel, they're self-sufficient, they can go back and forth, it doesn't cost anything. So the whole idea of doing this, of the demand-driven, isn't really that strong for spaceships. Like, granted, there is a point in terms of, if it's demand-driven, then it could sort of hover over Novice, and then it receives a signal from Fulgora that says, come here, come hither, then it could go there. Maybe. With an interrupt. I found dynamic gets wonky also when things are transiting between objects as they don't exist until they hit a box again. Hard limit. You're getting what you want, and maybe I'm doing it wrong, but it's tiny not possible. Yeah. If don't bottleneck on a single segment of rail. Exactly. It makes it so much sense as a train network. You can do it, but it just doesn't make much sense. Yeah. Setting it up in sandbox and see if it works satisfactorily. If not, scrap the idea. I can also... I don't really think I need it. Been a big fan of yours for a long time. Thank you, J-Rod. I'm now following the final tutorial to learn Space Age, and I'm loving it. The 50x50 are ace. Thank you. They are ace. Okay. My own signal-based train network for interplanetary. It solves a problem that doesn't exist. That's an elegant way of saying it, and I think that's kind of what I'm always arguing when people when the whole train interrupt came along, and I was like, yeah, I can see that you can use it, but I just don't see that in my way of building it's solving any problems that I have. Like, oh, but then you can have a fueling station. It's like, yeah, but I don't have any fueling problems, though. I just fuel them at my central base. But if you have 20 small bases, then instead of bringing fuel to all of them, then you bring the trains to the fuel. Makes sense, but that's just not a problem I have. And maybe that's also a problem I've designed my way out of. I don't know. And I do feel like, for example, these space interrupts, I have not found a single use for them. Like, well, I have maybe, but they're really weak, those use cases. Yeah. So I hate that one. Yeah, so I'm thinking like having a dynamic request. Like, what is the thing that it solves by having a dynamic request? Like, what is the, wow, this is so cool, now something doesn't happen, or this is so cool, now I can do something I couldn't do before. Like, that's my point, is that I just don't see it. Yeah. Ship-to-ship transfer. No, we've not tried it because right now we have 2 small spaceships, and spaceships are relatively expensive. Plus, another thing that people do seem to forget. No, it's not here. It is actually on... that one. Like, you can't get copper from in space before you've been to Glabber. So if you can't get copper in space... I can't build a space platform factory. Like, people just go like, you should build a space platform factory. And I was like, can I even do that? And I was like, no, I can't do that because I don't have copper. And you need copper because it's steel and copper that's the ingredients for space platforms. So making any kind of factory in space before Glabber just doesn't really make sense to me. Also, this is much better fuel. So when you get this, the fuel gets better. You can't also not get any calcite, which means you can't get any foundries going, so it's like, it's just not very good. So, they stay in Novice and go to the respective planet if a science pack empty. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. I think that's a great point, to have a science ship that's only responsible for picking up science and then sort of idling, and then that could get a request from a planet and basically go like, the planet says, I have 2,000 or 8,000 or whatever number you want. And that would sort of summon the ship. I think that's a great point, and I want to use it for that. Interrupts and radar. Yeah. Maybe the node demand can level your inventory across the inner planets once you get to the game. Can level your inventory. Yeah, but is it necessary? Like, I don't want to level my inventory. I just want to have enough on the non-producing planets and full buffer on the producing planet. So anyway, Fulgora Express, why are you not coming here? Okay, you're trying to fill up on this. Why did you not go here, though? Oh, they're in my inventory. Okay, cool. Right, so now we need to figure out how to get things going. We obviously need some concrete. Concrete should be something we get from the scrap recycling. Yes? Oops, what? Oh, Nilaus, really? Even with lasers, they are still... Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. That's Fleek, thank you for the Prime, and Gerard, thank you for the Prime as well. That's so cheesy that they do that. How can they expand so close? Fine concrete has been shown both hubs. Might be worth to add it to a novice hub to fix both. Yeah. Might be. And here come the spam. Where's the... Did that one get destroyed? Oh, that sucks. Where's... Can we just please get something from here? They don't have any... Yeah. They're not... Why are they not getting this? Where are you? Where's my substations at? That's a little annoying, to say the least. Where are the substations? Okay, here's some substations. Now go! Anytime now. Anytime with the substations, please. Heck. Seriously? Yes. Okay, back to this one. Isn't that what artillery is for? Yeah, but I haven't built artillery, so that's why. And I couldn't sort of start building artillery while that was there. Anyway, before I just start hacking the solution, I need to think about the solution. So, concrete is something we have in abundance on this planet because it's right here in the scrap, right? And so I'll never make it because I always have enough. But the question is then, should I start? I don't think I want to build any... Let's see, that one. Anything before... I don't want to build any processing before I build the right processing. So I basically want to just do a little bit of this kind of hack here. And then basically we'll get some concrete. Not a lot of concrete. What is it? There's only like 6% chance. Right, yeah, 6%. So if I get 100, then I'll only get 6. So for every 100 scrap, I get 6 of those. Yeah. And I need it. And how much do I need? I need... electromagnetic plants can be produced by electromagnetic plants, right? That's how it goes. Ow. Let's go back into safety. Yeah. Fulgora Express, you're finally going to Fulgora. Finally. Are you bringing anything? Yeah, you're bringing some robots and stuff. So, that should be neat. And we have now 28 of the concrete. That's really not much. I made the lightning charge your personal batteries. Or they could have like made like a thing you could put in so that they charge your personal batteries. Yeah, sure. I don't think they should do it just by default, because it is supposed to be the dangerous thing here. Not that it really is, but it's supposed to be. Fulgora Express. Have you dumped... Why have you not dumped this? I don't get it. Okay, so let's figure out why that's not coming in. Oh, because it's already here. Because I don't have a place where they're actually being imported. So that means I need to go to here. That's why. Now I get it. This one. This is what I'm missing. Oh, that's not gonna work. Please don't leave. Damn, I can't build those. Alright. Now I'll just pick them up. Yeah. And... what is it I want to make? I want to make that one. Right, there's another problem. And that's, this one is not going by the belts here. That one. And then... no? So it goes up here. It goes into these two. Then it goes down. That one is not existent, but this one should exist. That one should not exist. Yes, and then we get the same issue with all of these. No on that one. And yes on this one. Yes, and then no. Yeah. Oh, it did craft something. Yes. And those are brought over where? Here. Yes. 8. Anything else that requests the heavy or the reinforced? Where is the last one then? So each 20 should give 10 of these. And how much do I need for one? I need 50. So why is this? Okay, there's 10 here, and I get another 10. That's a long way to 50. So that means I need to get 100 from this. That means I need to... When 100 is 6%, that's a lot. Oh, elevated rails requester. Ooh, that's a good point. If I have one of those, yeah. That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you. There's some odd numbers there. Great spot. Okay, so definitely don't want that running. I want it over here. So now we get 50. And how come we don't have blue circuits? How come we don't have blue circuits? We are not importing blue circuits at all here. Are there anything here that requires blue circuits? Yes, that one. But the only blue circuits we have are the ones that have already been crafted here, so... Yeah, they also come from recycling, yes, but that's only like 2%, and I need 50. So if 50 is 2%, that means I kind of still have to process a lot more manually, which I dislike. I dislike the idea of having to process this manually. So I don't know what... is there any way we can do this? Is it then purposeful to be... Oh, this is more ruins. Okay. Would it make sense to make a small recycler? Like just a micro recycler facility in the beginning? Because I do think that it would make sense. Instead of running around here chasing this. That could be something we built down here. What would it look like? Oh, this one is not made. Ah. Yeah. We don't have green circuits either here. So this means if we have something like this, I can go out and just take whatever is on this other scrap island, bring it back, plop it down there, and then eventually we're gonna get some blues going, right? But I do think we can make it a little bit more clever than this, can we? Like that. But then we're again missing the damn... Come on, greens. There. Sweet. Then I can just go out here and go, hey, give me all of that juicy stuff. I can run around picking things up, sort of. Big one. Poor robots, they just can't keep up. And now they can start giving up. So that should be enough for now. Do you think trains are standing on Fulgora? Yes. I keep disabling my legs when I run around. Okay, so now that should bring all of this junk into these boxes. And that will just bring a plethora of random crap. Which should give us also enough here. When I get to 50, I should be able to make one of these. $41. And I need to go over to this one. Take anyone that gets in here. And this one is now the... Oh, it's 150 of those. Oh, okay. Oh, here. That's... Oh. 49. Come on, one more. One more. That's the one. Oh, this one also is eating the concrete. That's another reason. Okay. So we got one. And then... Oh, don't do that. Let me disable you and pick that up. Undo. And build here instead. So this is obviously one that I have to build first. And it needs some... And here, that one. I think this one also has the same issue as Volcanus, that I should start building some of it and not all of it. Because a lot of stuff is being soaked up by the wrong places. And I really need some processing units here. Yeah.
Our illustrious champion.
That doesn't do anything, does it? No.
Welcome home.
Because it's already overstacked. Like, this is gonna be idle almost all the time. Yeah. So it'll have to be like double
Our
up this one.
illustrious champion returns.
Hey!
Welcome home.
Thank you, Mark, for the 77 months. And good evening to you. And it's a 404. Thank you for the 35 months. You do a mall on every planet. I do a hub on every planet. If that's what you're asking. It really needs... This one is the one. And then you need to go in here with the concrete. The concrete should not go into this one. Or the blue one should not go in here. And the heavy concrete and the heavy concrete should not go in here. Is there anything else that eats concrete? There should be one that makes rocket silos. That one would probably also require eat some concrete. Yes. Concrete has to go in here to become heavy concrete. And yeah. Yeah, this is a little problematic, this part, that they eat all of this. Because this is the only thing that matters right now. And it's not even going to be very good, so I can take one that out and take that out. Actually... This is mining speed 2 point, so it makes 6.5 per second, and this one can consume only 2.5. Oh wow, that's not even close to enough. So hey Lubas, thank you for the 10 gift subs.
More shall enter
Sweet.
the fray.
Thank you very much. So that's definitely on the way to start a little train. So if anyone wants to join in on a potential train, then now's a good opportunity for it. This one's now producing 9, and this one's still only consuming 5, so it doesn't really matter. Hey Shuriken, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Proliferate.
If I have less space, expand the main boss, and I only have space to expand to the one side, what do I do? You're gonna have to live with the consequences. Ooh, it's a treasure train!
Illustrious champion returns.
Because that's something you should have prevented by when you selected your starting position or your starting map, in my opinion. It's a 4-4, thank you for the gift sub, and Randomax, thank you for the 18 months. No, thank you for the 79 months. It just says 18 months in a row, but it's 79 months. I was like, no way, that's 18 months from Randomax. No, you've been around forever. DH, thank you for the Prime for 28 months. So, a treasure train means that if we get to a level 4, then there is a 35% discount on... no, if we get to a level 2, there is a 35% discount on gift subs if you gift 5 or more. That means this is like the perfect chance to go crazy. Thank you, Swimmer, for the 1,000 bits. Weasley Week, thank you for the gift subs. 20 gift subs. Ooh, doesn't that just get us to a level 2 already? I think it does. I think it does. Thank you so much. And see, and that's your first gifted 20s. Oof, what a show of force. Yeah, getting this one and these here. And what else? These two down here. There you go. Those are the ones that interfere with the stuff we want. Here. And we get the first one. So this one will craft 1. And the next one will then craft 2. Did we get... No, we did not. Oh, we did get... We are level 2 now. So now there is a... Take the stack assembler. It doesn't work. Uh-huh. Why? Oh, good spot.
Our illustrious champion.
Legacy crap.
Welcome.
Banjo, thank you for the 21 months. And Eronimus with the 5 gifts up. So, Eronimus, did you get your 35% discount on those gifties? Rosie Hoser, thank you for your 32 months. And Jailhouse Chris is paying forward gifts up from 4700 Enver. Nice.
Our illustrious
Thank you, Jailhouse Chris, for the 5 gift ups. We did. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, so now we see that these are starting to work. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 additional needed before we sort of steady this. None of these compete against this one. I do think this idea here is good. Just plop down something that just... This is crafting speed 1. Oh, because they're only crafting speed 0.5 by default. Took advantage of the discount. Very smart. Miceman, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Alright, that is well on our way to level 4. I wonder what's better. I guess this is a better option. And then put those in here, right? It is not as fast, but still. And the pilot, I guess. Thank you also for 10 gift subs. Amazing. Right, we're 95% towards level 4. Thank you so much, everyone. I was watching the Vulcan stream and you were wondering about pipes and underground pipes foundries. What? Oh, let me just kind of go back. Can you not use longhand inserters to allow putting in a box and direct insertion? Yeah, I could. And Mark, thank you so much for 20 gift subs. We're now well on our way to a level 5. And the pilot, thank you for the gift sub. Or thank you for your normal sub. Thank you. Alright, so I don't think we're quite ready to build the next thing. We still need this one to keep going. And I think we get... Oh, this one... It was working, but it's now spun down. Oh, I don't want that in my inventory. Why would I want that? Okay. That one got done, but we're still missing green circuits. The reason why we're not running green circuits is because that's not really, getting there. Yeah, 1825. Yep, that's a lot of gift subs. I don't think anyone is above that except for Barthok. That's maybe Timbo. But not often we see Timbo around. Young Spitfire, thank you for gifting 25 subs. Alright, there we go. That is just completed the level 5 train. So we are not going home tonight. We're not going home early at least. I am not. And I can't scrounge anything because there is nothing to scrounge. This one is chugging along and I think this is working fine. But it's the blue circuits that are limiting, I guess. Yeah, not surprising, the blue circuits. This one is now saturated. So we need more blue circuits. That's something we can't really get. We can't get blue circuits aside from just sort of build more. What about this? You are... Yeah, they are waiting an awful long time here. Really? Last money for my tax refund. Ooh, nice. Tax refund is basically free money from the government, right? So why not just build more? Because I also need to have robots to actually do it, but you are right. And then we just need one of these up here as well. Oh, actually we can kind of consolidate this into being sort of even more generic. Oh, this is outside of logistic network. No. Yeah. There you go. Now I can take this one out. And then now goes back up. Okay, a few more got made, and I guess I need a few more, but it's getting there now. What does each level of high train equal? Level 5 means 1 more hour, and every level above level 5 is also an extra hour added to the stream. So that's just how it goes. Extra hour is from level 5 and upwards. Nothing happens on this levels below 5. You not have 20 of these already? Really? But I have 21 here. How many do I want? Is it not connected? It says I want 20. Oh, this one is not actually connected to a roboport. Oh, that's fun. There we go. Now let's see this one. This is -1. Enable if above. Okay, so now everything is working better. Okay. Well, it wasn't really working before, but now it is working. And there's still some issues with this. No? What? No. Okay, so that's not a thing, but that goes up here. Yes. That one. What? There. Although this one shouldn't even need a red line. These don't need red lines. Nope. I thought it was so clever. It wasn't. And there are no continuous here. Good. Why is this not working? Because we don't have lubricant yet. Well, we do. Well, we don't. Oh, but we don't. What? Okay. Oh, treasure train successful. It completed. Thank you, everyone, for joining in on the train. Interesting with these. Why are they not made? Hold on. Can that really be true? Do we simply not on this planet have... That's odd. No pipes and pipe to ground? Huh. That makes... Oh, you're here. Yeah. And you're here. So why are you not working? Because that is greater than 0. That's not correct. Oh, because this is not connected. Oh, no. Oh, I hate the mess that I've created here. That one's now yes, but it's not getting any iron in because iron is something that you don't get on Fulgora directly. This one's also missing because of iron, but this one is not actually powered.
We are building an
okay.
army.
Ah, but that one is. Okay. And Adler, thank you for the prime. Yeah, gears but no iron. That's true. We got lots of gears, I would imagine. Oh yeah, a little bit. But that's something that comes later on. So I think I'm just gonna have to endure that for now. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It feels weird to not have an accessible way to get iron. When gears... No. When iron is less than 1000. Then we're gonna get gears in. And what else? We can also do... I think in the beginning we have a lot more... Like, how do we get green circuits? Green circuits, we usually get that from blues or reds. Neither of those are really good suggestions. So I do actually think we want to... I do think green circuits should actually be crafted. Ironium and coparium. Then we're good. And I don't even need to do anything extra. It already gets the 50% productivity bonus. How to hook up to the rest of the wire? Oh, bottom row of power poles. Correct. Thank you. I thought I had done that. But alas, I did not. It still says 78. Oh, it says negative. What's happening to the sticks? Is... Oh, hello, power. Goodbye, power. Oops. Oh, this is not... There you go. Oh. That's an incorrect power block. That's the correct one. Yeah. And that's actually great because it will just barely reach that one. Although it won't be powered. Then I do that. Good. So that gets us extra power. Do we recycle into sticks or do we need to recycle into iron and then make sticks? Yeah, that's also what I'm wondering. Like, we must get sticks somehow. Because there are things that require sticks. And I think we get the initial sticks from the ruins. But I don't think we can rely on that forever. I do feel that when we go out here, we get sticks. Yeah, we're picking up a lot of sticks here. But that's not sustainable. Hmm. And now the robots get tired of chasing me. Like, we got a lot of sticks here. Yeah, realm exit, we're not really there yet. And I know I'm not progressing particularly fast, but what I'm doing is trying to figure out, like, stop and think about what is it actually we need, so that I can figure out if I want to bring it in, or I want to craft it. And if I want to craft it, how do we craft it here? So we also get a lot of concrete from up here. There. Okay. Oh. Why do they not exist? Shouldn't they exist? Ooh, red circuits. I guess someone is consuming the red circuits for us. And these keep working. And they just, both for science and for expanding our power network, they are kind of important. Let's see, Fulgora Express. See, I didn't bring these in on the second trip, or on subsequent trips, because I'm thinking, hey, I can just make them here. But I'm not really sure that's the right thing. Maybe I do need to bring a little bit more of this in here. I think I'm under-supplying Fulgora. Logistics spots are generally coming in. We're at 999 logistics spots, so we definitely don't need more. This is definitely enough. It's just me going out once in a while for something, and then they're going to be overstrained for a while, and that's perfectly fine. Good. Let's start thinking about what is the next thing we want to do. The next thing is definitely, if you look at this, that's going into the electromagnetic science. I was doing something over here. Oh, right, I got distracted by the fact that I didn't have any of this. Whoops. That does not seem great. Yes. And that gets us lubricant. Maybe. Need more accumulator charge. Charging fast. Yeah, they keep flying over this area. Don't do that. Okay, so the last one we need is going to be the that one. Let's see what that looks like. So we got the initial landing block, and then we got the initial hub block. Then the landing block gets expanded. Still nothing below, which is interesting. And then, okay, so let's do this one here. Yep. Okay, these ones are a little bit deceptive because they are forcing way too much robot usage. Because I've uncapped it. This is a little interesting, I think, that we can keep something like this down here. Wonder if there's anything else that needs to be... Could it be combined? Like, we know we're never gonna have this here. I suppose it could be like this as well. But then where's my other input output? And I think it's better to do it this way. Yep. Did it keep up? These are not keeping up either. Have you ever thought of streaming Dwarf Fortress? No. Well, I've thought about it, and that was a quick think, and the answer was a resounding no. Yeah, I think this is a nice little thing. It's not big on anything. Basically, let's just sort of say what it does, right? It... We could even do stuff like this. There we go. Modules, we need some underground pipes. Yes. Alright, so what this does is it brings in a lot of gears. The gears, if it's less than 1,000 iron in the system, then it converts them in here. Then it puts them in the box, and when this box is more than 50, that means they're basically saturating all of this, then it starts converting them into green circuits, because green circuits are also needed, right? It can recycle wire currently. Oh, right, it can recycle wire currently. That's actually really bad. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it was, actually. I wonder if it was. No. No, it didn't, because as soon as it puts in one, then it'll try to keep putting the same thing in. But it's true that it can actually do it. Funny how we're not getting any of this. Oh, we don't have any. Why do we not have any? I thought we'd have like plenty of that, but maybe it goes into here. It probably does. Okay, but this is like a nice little thing here that does something. Let me go over to these boxes. Why are they not getting done? Because we don't have steel boxes. Where the hell are we making steel boxes? What the hell is this crap? Like, seriously? Who built this? This is so unsatisfactory. It's because it's Factorio. But what's this? What was here? Oh. This makes no sense. Are we seriously not making any steel boxes? You make steel boxes and recycle build. Ah, right. Yeah, okay. So that's why. So somewhat I did have a little bit of sense. Right. Wonder where my steel is going. Is steel just disappearing? Let's get some of these going. Oh, they go into my inventory, that's why. What are we now missing? 7 more. Okay, okay. Not so bad. I know where all the steel is hiding. No, it's not actually hiding in here. I thought it was hiding in that one. Okay. The, the underground belts. They're gonna get built now. What else is missing? Some modules, yes. Why are they bringing it in here? Shouldn't we bring it into that one? Oh, they never get a chance because this one is force feeding it in. Okay. Well... Right, so now we have all the things that we need to have in order to sort of progress with the design. Great. That's a little bit of a... Got keys to my newly built house. Hey, finally. So currently proud owner of 2 houses in this economy. When the house is sold, of course. Well, I mean, houses have a tendency to appreciate in value, so... Right? Then just Airbnb the hell out of it. Isn't that how you're supposed to do in this modern economy? Okay, landing block. Landing block is somehow completely not the same. What? It just got built. It was built already. I had plopped it down, I guess. So now we are building this here. It goes up and out and happy and all that stuff. Great. And then the next thing we want to do is get the science going. I think we have a small build here for rocket fuel, because why not? That's a really neat build. I like this build. And it's also interesting how much space we have down here that we have available for things. And, right, now I forgot. It was this thing I was kind of trying to get rid of before. Got sidetracked as usual. There. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna stamp it down again on top. Hop expanded. What does that do now? It puts those 4 that we took out, put those in. And there's something up here that doesn't work. That one. And then it starts building the blue sticks and the batteries. Eventually. And we need to get 1 supercapacitor built before anything happens. So now what do we not have? Productivity modules. I really think that this should have been... Yeah. I think this one needs to have this coming in on the first ones. As a continuous thing. And maybe actually blue circuits as well. because we were really struggling with blue circuits in the beginning. Yeah, and the first, or maybe that's the first trip. Yeah. And some concrete as well. No, not concrete. Maybe? No. No, I don't think we need concrete in here. I think we just need that. Okay, so let me babysit the stuff that... I'm stuck? Oh, I'm stuck. That means I need to find some steel in order to build all of these. What is it? 18 boxes. Yeah. Not sure to take a break. Oh, I didn't take my break because I was a hype train at the time and didn't want to sort of jump on the hype train or jump over the hype train or whatever. Here. That one and that one. So we'll just take it. I looked at it and was like, 10 minutes until next break. We'll take that then. Interesting. Why are you not working? Steel. Dude, put the steel in the right place. That one. Get the steel in there. Good. Get that steel going. There we go. 2 more. How are we not having that yet? Oh, because now it's green circuits.
Our illustrious champion.
Well, you're not really getting it, are you? Because we just put some new things in, so that's requiring some more iron, and we don't have enough of that. There we go. Summer God, thank you for the 41 months. I should also say, because for the people who missed it during the first stream, I've actually shared the painting that I got, that I commissioned for my partner as a birthday present. I've shared that in the Discord stream chat. Oh, no. So if anyone's interested in looking at and seeing a Shibari painting, then it's there, and it probably won't stay there. I'll probably just take it, remove it at some point. I've removed these so many times now. So should we? Yes, it is, isn't it? Okay, so what I did up here was probably a mistake. I reduced the amount of mining we get, which isn't really gonna work. So I guess we have to make this one again. Power plant should be fine still. Yeah, does dip a little bit. Where's the painting? I don't see it in Discord. It's in stream chat. Thank you. And of course we need this one, which is kind of... okay. So that should trigger some movement into this here for gears. The gears should be converted into that, which should get us a little bit of green. That's a decent chunk of green here. That's nice. Okay, good. Then those greens will go into that one and that one, right? Yes, because those are the ones that actually prevent us from moving forward and actually getting this done. Because if we're not getting anything in here, then it's not working. Why are these not getting in? Why do we not have... We should have tons of batteries, shouldn't we? Why do we... Oh, right. We don't have tons of batteries because they are being used here. All the batteries are converted and all the iron is also converted here. Yeah, okay. But we'll just get a little bit. So as soon as we get, like, these things inbound... do we have blue sticks? Nope, they're not made because I don't have copper. So I actually do need something here for copper. Like, I really need this to be... Oh, we don't even have copper cores. Then what do we do? What do we do? Okay, so copper cores is not the way to do it. I think the best way to make it is LDS. But I don't know if I can also build it in here. This one would then be when copper is less than 1000. But this one should always be working, so I guess, yeah. How about adding sticks in addition to gears for getting iron? What? Adding sticks in addition to gears? No, because sticks, I don't have a way to reduce sticks, and sticks are finite. Just finished watching a YouTube video on arriving to volcanoes. Open the stream and it's Fulgora. Yep, a little bit behind. I just got perfect landing on Fulgora land. Loads of big islands right there. One small issue, no vault ruin. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, well, so much for the definition of perfect, right? Okay, so I need this one to craft one. Why are you not crafting? You need a little bit of steel. Okay, so... there you go. I think we need to do something about this. Like, there has to be a little build of this going on. So now that builds these sticks. These sticks get up here. Blue sticks. That one is needing some green circuits. They are coming in here, maybe-ish. Kind of. No. I do think that maybe I should, on the first run, just also include some of this. Hello, kitty. I hope there's enough space in this ship. I think there is. Where are you, like, where are you at? You are at Novice, so... and you can't get this... okay, why are you not getting that? Because you're stealing them, you bastard. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't, please. Don't be an idiot. No copper to wire? No. Okay, so this one is working, and it should be the one that picks them up first. These ones really should be upgraded to better assemblers, right? Why not? It does something. So now, if we don't get any green circuits, then nothing happens. So we do need to force a little bit of green circuits. How does... yeah, this is no good because it puts it into a box that can overflow. And I don't think I want that. And All the iron is being consumed, so this one is not making anything because the iron just never gets to fill up. Because the gears are not fast enough. Also, that's not fast enough. Weird. I just need one of those crafted, right? So as soon as one is crafted, then I unlock the research over here. There. So now this research, and we really need those ships. Fulgora Express, where are you at? It's gonna bypass here. I kind of feel we could go like this. And then get those in. Yeah, it's such a slow start here on this planet. Because we don't have the whole processing built. Yeah, let's take a break. We can definitely make a little hack down here. Because there's plenty of space that we're not using for anything, so it's good. Let's take a break, and this will be like 16. And yeah, so I like the build, I just don't like the speed by which, or how much material we need before we get started. And maybe it's because we need to make the processing plant or the recycling plant faster. Don't know. We'll see. Be back in 2 minutes. Right, welcome back. Yeah, I think that if we look at what we have on the island, they have 347,000. That's it. So we can't get any more in without getting trains. Oh, there's a little bit more. 70,000 and 98,000. Okay. So let's build at least half of the build here. So that's down here. That's the recycling block and the storage block. So I want it here, but the question is, how much space do I actually need? Maybe this is a mistake. So I want to build the storage block as close as possible. Could I build it vertical? No, that's forbidden. Isn't that? That's just, I can't do that, right? That's crazy. Could be an Elden Ring boss. I'll tell my partner that. You could be an Elden Ring boss. Save some Patreon. Yes. At the end of the stream, if I remember it, I'll put it on there, and then have like a weird name. Probably ending with T19 at the end of the stream. So if I build it here and here, Then the problem is I don't have enough space for the train station, do I? Because that requires 2 stops, I think. Yeah. So I actually have to build it. No, this, as long as there's, as long as it reaches into the water, then it's a no-go. Yeah, I can. Even if I move power north, then I still don't really have the space for it. Right? Then it has to be down here. This is the only place that is actually eligible. This one is not eligible. This one is not. So it has to be here, and then where do I then build? I could also make it here, and then where am I going to get the power then? Or power is this simple thing. I could move the output belts so that it went down, and then it's in these 2 tiles that I have it. There's also another option of saying, what if we could change it so that it doesn't have to sort of merge together and then go up, but actually goes up immediately and then figure out a merge.
Welcome back.
Pre-cooked eagle,
Your
thank you for the 3 months.
loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Build transfer powers, so that's in these 2. Then what? Then the question is, how do I... There's not enough room, 1, 2. Yeah, there's actually just enough room for that. But then I have all my storage here, and it's going to be used here. That's really far away. That's like, that's not great. That's... I'm trying to sort of figure out, like, this could also be a good location, and it would be 1, 2. But then it builds on top of on the majority of our fuel, and also this is where I kind of want to build it. Down here, that's obviously not working. This could maybe be made to work if you hack it, but that's really far away. So I do think this here, and then so sorting or recycling and storage. I just really don't like it. Alternatively is I get it in here. I could also get it sort of, I don't know. I could get it here and then have it sorting, no, recycling and sorting. So it goes in and then bends around, uses the space here to bend around and go backwards. Either way, the power has to go. But if I do that, I might as well make the train come in here. Yeah, I can't do vertical though. Need to check how trains can actually get into the station. I mean, they can. It's kind of how I do this. It's either here, and then I could probably go around and up. I like that. That would mean that my power blocks need to be moved down here. So let's start by doing that. Huh? That's a mistake. The power's gonna crash faster. Yep. Oh, it's crashing. Okay. It's so unintuitive. When you see the green spike, then you think it's good, but it's actually, this is good because it's so much more power. It's producing 20-something gigawatt of power. But it looks like the spikes of the green is good, but it's actually when it stops being... There we go, right? Now it stops. Stops with the lightning strikes. And then it'll start consuming power here. Right? And then I can take this out. Cool. Let's build two more. Because we're gonna need it. I think. Okay. Now I need to go back and figure out. Then I have to rotate it. Oh no, I'm gonna get so confused. Oh. Well, who says the train has to come in from that side? Oh, because I was kind of imagining this one as the first. But it doesn't have to be. Like, it could come... Let's just run a little bit around. Good. We got rid of all of them. Let's see if we have some power, some ruins out here. The valuable ones. Wasn't there like a blueprint we could build? Oh, look at that. That's the new big flooded Fulgora ruins. The new thing in 2.1. Woohoo! That's a big island. Big islands usually don't have a lot of resources, so... A little wasteful running around here. Owie. Must be something protected. There. Yeah, I mean, mining something where there's like 400,000, like, we want the ones that it says 21 million. That's where we want to go. Could I build a blueprint that is something like one of these and some of this and one of this and some, yeah, and some of the stuff that I don't have any more of. Damn. Oh, this is shallow water, so there's also something like we can build on this. I can't remember the rules. No? But you can build the elevated ones, but you can't build the elevated in deep water. Isn't that how it works? Can't remember. What was the difference between one and the other type? The deep and the shallow? Because if there's a thing, then we really just need this one. Deep oil ocean. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing. We have to build only on the shallow one, which means we basically can't get anywhere. But we should be able to get to this one. So I think we'll just... might be able to go out here. But we can't go wherever we want. And this is on the original island, which means we should also get it. Hey, Bartek, thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. 25 Giftorinos. Wow. We already managed to get a level 5 train today. It was a treasure train. Thank you. And your tier 3 for also as well. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Just like that, dropping the equivalent of 30 subs. Yeah, speaking of Bartek, yeah, we were talking about earlier that someone... yeah, was commenting a lot of gift subs, and I was like, yep, there's one person with a lot of gift subs. And that was you. Of course. It doesn't look that much. No, 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 it does. It does. It's absolutely insane. Just because someone is... Yeah. As long as you're not competing for the first spot, I don't think that's kind of the point. Oh, this one just keeps going. Weird. Okay. Right. I don't know. We should maybe get a little bit of this. 10 of these. There we go. Yeah, so I think we'll try to see if we can get... can use this blueprint to just use this blueprint here. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. It only works during the lightning season. So we have to wait until the lightning comes on, and then we can plop it down, I guess. And just thank you for continuing to gift up. Come on, get us to the lightning season, just so we can plop this down and see if... I think I could also just leave it here. Ah, now there's lightning on. Come on. There we go. And it doesn't really discover much. They're not very good. Hit a bit of YouTube. Just getting Fulgora up. Yes, it is ahead. But that's also because I'm going on vacation soon. So I want to be a little bit ahead here. And this is also why I'm playing so slowly here on Twitch. Because I want to sort of explore and figure out what are the right ways to do things. Yeah, this is not really super useful, to be honest. Come on, lightning. Hit it. Oops. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any good locations anywhere nearby. Well, there's one, but that's it. How when I first got to Fulgora, just visiting islands and being creeped out by the emptiness. Yes. But like these things, I don't really bother with 300,000. Not when we know that we can get like locations like this with 21 million. Like, yeah, don't want to be working for scraps here. So this exploration is also a little bit of preparation for YouTube, so I can kind of know whether I should be out exploring or I shouldn't. We're really looking for just small islands, because they're the ones that can spawn the good stuff. Now we're also getting so far away that it's kind of irrelevant. Like, okay, honestly, hold on. We have the 21, we have the 22. We have so many good ones at the starting location. Why am I even doing this? When do you get the flying suit? That really helpful here. It is, but no, that's 5,000 signs away and I haven't built a single sign yet, so... Not just yet, not just now. Alright, so basically the point was that I don't need to do this. It's a separate playthrough or edited to stream. It's not edited to stream, it's a separate playthrough. It started on the same map and I wanted to be sort of using the same save, but the Twitch save has gotten so far ahead. I am kind of catching up. I have recorded the landing on Fulgora, landing on Volcanus, and I have started working on the designs and sort of pre-built screenshots of for the next part, for the remainder of what we need to do on Fulgora, and then it's time to, no, not Fulgora, Volcanus, and then it's time for Fulgora. So I was like, maybe like 2 episodes, YouTube episodes behind. Right, so now it is time for us to build this. So I don't see that there's any other way than doing it the way that I was kind of projecting here, like building it here. Oh, those are we're using the big ones, which we don't have. Actually, this is not. Well, we don't need this. So, one thing at a time. That's not what we need. We need to build the storage block and the recycling block. So let's look at the recycling block. The recycling block now has to be different. It has to come from that side, from here. Full size, half size. Maybe half size is enough. Yeah. And then the storage block, also half size. Rotate, rotate. And it's connected. And get this out of the way. That's weird. There's something odd about this. Like, what is that one doing? Okay. So, that should be the design. And except now we're looking at it and go, yeah, that's a lot of things we don't have. That's actually a lot of things we don't have. Huh. It's rotated one? What's rotated one? Now there was a good comment about, do you really need that much storage here? Like, no, but Oh, it was rotated. Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely correct. It's because it's rotated and not the flipped. Or even if it was flipped, it was probably still not work. That should be a full belt, right? That might be a mistake. Because now I don't have anything until I get this full thing inbound. There. That should flow happily in here. And then the only problem is... yeah. I don't even know how we get further from here because I don't have inserters. So if I don't have inserters, how are we going to progress anything? This is missing green. You're here. I'm definitely gonna ditch all of this because I know I need it. And then I'm gonna go back here. And then I'm gonna add it up to this one. And also... and also... yeah. Which actually should be something I'm bringing in here. I think. What else is missing? Nothing else is seriously missing. I don't think this one needs to go that high generally. But I want to correct it. There. Steel team will make whichever logistics I need. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Because if I bring steel chests, then I still need the green circuits and the red circuits. So I'd much rather have the chest that I need bring in. 100 blues as well. I have... or 100 blue chests. I don't need that. This is just stuff that I should have brought in the beginning. First trip. I have blue circuits. Oh, 100 blue chests. I don't know. Do I? Maybe. Maybe. So now we're back here on these. Yes, available on planet. Yes, available on planet. So this is 4 rockets. This is 4 rockets. 5, 6, 8. This is 4 plus 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 21. 21 rockets to be launched. Which I don't think is a problem. And it is, apparently. Because they should be the, what? Why you know, oh, they all go in here. Yeah. Then I can take this up, because then it goes into this one. Boop. All good. Ah, yeah. So we're out of blue circuits, so that's launching that is also fun. Did we get it in here? No, because we don't have rockets. Yeah, okay. So rockets are a big deal back on Navis right now. Crucify, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back.
Have returned.
Okay. What can we do in the meantime? Nothing really. Yeah, this is the problem, that everything just stalled because I'm not getting anywhere until I get my reinforcements in. What if I take some of the least useful things out? What's the least useful things? That one, that one. There. Handcraft some crushers. I can't handcraft some crushers. What am I handcrafting them with? Like, I'm a little bit stuck. I could sort of craft things by just hand crushing things, and right now it's more about this, just kind of. Okay, what is the issue? Like, the issue is right now that I'm not getting any resources in because this is stuck. This one needs, in order to get unstuck, it needs a hell of a lot of inserters. Like, you can see nothing is being picked up because there's no inserters here. So inserters is the first thing. So we need inserters. Inserters need gears and green circuits predominantly. So that's this one. And this one is just begging for something. And they're like, yeah, I'd get one. I get one inserter. Woohoo. So I could start scrounging in servers from other places. Not really that interesting. Or I can wait for this one to come in. Which is also not really happening because we're kind of stuck here. Why are we not getting any blues? Come on, blues. Why are you so dead? Things are working. Things are chugging along. Oh, this one's barely working. Weird. Oh, I think that's also better. I think we need to prioritize the recycling block over even getting the electromagnetic buildings online. I completely agree. This was a bad prioritization, and this is why we explore things here, so we can, for the YouTube, it looks like I actually know what I'm doing. While it certainly does not while streaming. So you get the exclusive experience of seeing that I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, because I was actually really focused on getting just kind of this one going, because I was kind of feeling that, oh, everything would be so much better once this one got going, but it's not really the case. Yes, so I think I also want to stop the signs. Yeah, these are infinite sciences, so they just keep going. Oops. Yeah, this is not really stop. How do I stop signs, actually? Like this? Yeah. There you go. Okay. And now the blue circuits are being set up here on the next spaceship. Oh, this is a combination. See, this, I'm not a fan of this. I find that to be a mess. Because what it did was it said, how many red circuits are available? Oh, 173. Okay, and then fill up with something else. It just kind of, yeah, becomes... No, we did have enough, so I don't know why I did that. Take some blue chips into circular. Do I have blue chips available? I have. I don't have a lot, so I do have a little bit that I can do. Oh, look at that. Something is actually coming in. Huh. Oh, it was just done waiting. Oh. I don't think that was good. Yeah. So once it's green, I really need to go back to novice and not anything else. Did we get something? Yeah, we got something. Yes. Okay, so this is now processing. And here, it'll need to process through a few cycles before it actually... it needs to overflow here before we get some greens. Okay, but it's actually working. That's good. And we're now 46 deep. And these other ones are slowly starting to move in. Okay, because we're now starting to craft materials actually. And this is where we needed to get. Just craft stuff. And we can, for sure, we can scrounge things if we don't need it. See here, we're starting to get some green circuits. I don't know why we're getting green circuits, by the way. Oh, blues are returning? Why are the blues returning? Oh, right. I've done this where if the green circuits is less... Yeah. If I have more green circuits than blue circuits, then the blue circuits get inserted. But if I don't, then I send the blue circuits back again. Oh, that's actually neat. Someone actually had a good idea about it. Cool. So that means right now, because we don't have any green circuits, then we're prioritizing green circuits over blue circuits and recycling all the blues. Interesting. Do we do the same thing for the reds? Yes. Okay, so also when we don't have greens, we recycle reds back into greens. Interesting. I like that. What about you? Shouldn't this one also have something equivalent by sort of making sure that we get some copper? So that if this one was... This is what we have. This is what we want. So if I for some reason have less copper plates... There. I think that's a good way of doing it. Okay, so it's working, and we should be getting a lot of green circuits now. Lot, but some. That will hopefully find its way in here eventually. Yeah, there's something coming in. There was just when 4 more coming in. It's slow because a lot of things need green circuits like this, for example. But these are also easy to fill up, and we can also just take scrounge from these and put in there so we get a few more inserters. Like everything that has green circuits here. Oh, wonderful. It's just 2 here, 2 there, something. Oh, now this is missing... Okay. Now I am... No, let's actually go here. I don't think I need these anymore. Yeah, we can make the whatever we want now. Good. Okay. Is this working? Yes, it definitely is working. Oh, it should have built these first, but I didn't. Never mind. How many more? 27 more. Also the iron gears. Yes. But I am actually... Yeah, okay. That would be when gears is less than iron plates. That's a little weird. Because they're like negative numbers, both of them. And I think it's because of this one. Which I don't think I need anymore. Oh, well, I'm guaranteeing I don't need anymore. You only set gears to plates on the top side. Yes. Here? There is no bottom side. Some stone. Yeah, but the stone is always... I don't think so. I think it was just like the emergency ones, so that it's self-regulating. And this one, didn't they fuck this one up? Man, why would you do that? Why would you mess it up? Which means this is completely useless. Because that doesn't do anything. Yeah, they hit fun. Yeah, that's gonna be jamming everything. Okay, where are we at? We are at 18 remaining. And 13 of the other ones and 2. Okay. Copy again and see if we can... Weird that the steel is the bottleneck there. At 9 and it's 18 I'm missing. Why is this not working? Oh, what are you doing? Seriously? What are they doing? Ew! Who would want that? Why? And this one is not getting anything. Oh, why are you not getting anything? Something seems off here. Ah, I don't have any place where I allow it to build speed modules. So this speed module should not be controlled like this. It should just be controlled on that one. Yes. Why are they still connected? Didn't I fix this? Or did I stamp something on top to mess it up again? It must have messed it up again. Because I had fixed this once. Ah, look at that crap. Why are they... Yeah, that doesn't belong there. That doesn't belong there. But this one belongs here. That's not enabled. This is not enabled. Yes. Shh. Need to stop stamping the same thing. What the hell? This is no longer connected either. Why they do some other balancing? Oh. I think they do the balancing mainly out of sort of the thought of how they want people to play it, not so much how people actually play it. And there's nothing. I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just saying like, oh, it doesn't seem logical that you can take concrete and switch it into hazard concrete and then goes back. No, hazard concrete should be recycled in the same way, without sort of looking at now you've just given people 1.5 years to get used to one way, build all the designs around it, and now you're breaking it like that. Maybe just up for consistency instead of like I think that, oh well, it is incorrect, so let's fix it instead of going like, yeah, it's incorrect, but now this is just the way it works. Okay, we are missing still a little bit of inserters, and they are here. Good. Now there's no inserters missing. There's just two of these. Good. And some speed modules. Sweet. I subconsciously did hazard crank without realizing they changed it. Yeah. The hazard concrete used to recycle into normal concrete at 25%. So you could take normal concrete, make it into hazard, and then recycle it back to normal. Which just basically was one step to delete 75. But it doesn't work like that anymore. Hazard concrete recycles into the subcomponents of normal concrete. Which means that you get stone or iron ore and shit like that. Yeah, I don't think they're being deliberately punitive. I think they're just like, oh, this doesn't make sense, let's fix it. Without sort of thinking about, yeah, I mean, we should have fixed it, but we didn't, and now people have had so long time, so maybe we should just accept that that's just how it is. Good. This is where we should be. We're starting to get resources. We're starting to see all the things working. We're starting to see some science. Ooh, 10 science. Woohoo. What is the problem? That's this one over here. What is your problem? There's definitely a problem here. Why are you not getting this in when it's right there? Oh, there's nothing on this line. Uh-huh. But here it's full, so why doesn't it go out? What's the problem? This is full, 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 full. Empty? 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 Oh! Funsies! Whoop. And now they start spinning. But they're still... It's not exactly like it's working awesomely. Awesomely. Because they're missing this part here. These are painfully slow. And I think we just do upgrade this now. We should have enough power, and if we don't, then we just make more power. That one doesn't need to be upgraded. That one. With heavy oil line, it's not... Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Good spot. Not that it actually needs to go anywhere, but consistency. But the water line then. Water line has the same problem. Yes, there. This is full and this one's empty, so the water just didn't work. Oh, okay, so we didn't have enough power. Well, now we know. Mm-hmm. Should work, right? It's crazy. Oh, look at that. One heavy oil pipe is not connected. Didn't we fix that? It is connected. No, because it's full. Yeah, okay. We'll wait until it starts charging again. We could get all of this up and running. Owie. Okay, let's see. They should charge up faster. Yeah, they charge up pretty quick. I just need more. Don't we have a chance for higher quality? No, because I'm using speed modules, speed beacons. And I also need it for science, so I don't really want to... I need to have it produced really quickly, rather than have a chance for a little bit better. I do have a lot of accumulators, 2,400 accumulators. I felt that it should be enough, but let's see. We're certainly having a higher spike now, and... still a lot of those that we don't have, but they'll get built eventually. Interesting that none of these rocket silos have been built yet. Steel. It's the steel. Hey, there's the sticks. I do make sticks. Ha! Have we at 800? 900. There, 1000. Yay, we get one rocket silo. Back to volcanoes before Gleba to set up the quality hub? Nope, I don't think so. That's not my intention, at least. I don't think that makes sense, but I haven't really thought about it. Because Gleba gives us a few nice things. Like what? I don't know. That one, but that productivity modules are really difficult to get. It does give us the advanced asteroid processing, which means we can start making space factories. What else does it give us? Nothing really. Stacking is nice. Yeah. I don't know. Is there anything that's really good to get on Gleba? The productivity modules, yes. The asteroid reprocessing. The biolabs. I don't know. I don't think there's anything that's must have. So maybe it is back to volcanoes also to set up some green, red, and blue. Mainly biolabs, yeah. Is staggered circles? Yeah. That is potentially a thing. Aren't being produced in the hub. They aren't in the combinator. That's on volcanoes. It's true. Oh, really? Still running out. Damn. Why are we using so much power? That's crazy. I did not anticipate that we would be running out of power again. Oh, right, I know. It's this damn thing. This is so power hungry. I had forgotten how power hungry it was. Yeah, I very much had. Yeah. I don't have any productivity or efficiency modules. Kind of funny that it's efficiency modules that I'm running out of the most and not speed modules. Interesting. So, how much power is this using? It is using... It's not actually that much. 360 kilowatt of power. It's not much. Oh well. Let's see what is actually using our power. It's the electromagnetic plants. Okay. Yeah, that's the... This is not really using much. But it is the electromagnetic dance. So it is actually just the stuff that I was doing up here where I switched it out to be like this, for example. That was definitely too early to do that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is the one. Let's see. Now we get even more, even higher spike. Does it still run out at the during the nighttime? We can't really build anymore because, well, this is building, so. I think before it didn't work, so you didn't notice you used so much power. That's true. Yeah, it was idle, so it didn't really matter. What's the situation here? Okay, so some speed module or some accumulators. The accumulators are killing our science. What's our science like? Not much. Because it's waiting for this one. Why are you bad? You're bad because lack of greens. Greens should be working better, but it's still also filling up the hub still. Like, we don't even have any green inserters in buffer because, yeah, they're still filling my buffer, and then it has to fill the local buffer, and then it has to fill the input buffer, and then only then does it start sending more of it over here. Yeah. And logistics network, is there something we have a lot of? Apparently we have a lot of the superconductor. Also a lot of copper cables. Okay, so let's take a short break. Let it sort of run a little bit and idle. That's 17. And we have a bonus hour today. Thanks to everyone joining in on the train. So we have 2 more hours. Be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back. So, I think that today we're going to be finishing up on sort of having Fulgora done. This is very beginner friendly because you take hours to do what you do in minutes. So everything buffers before you realize you need more. Yeah, this is very beginner friendly. Yes, in a sense that we sort of stop and talk about a lot of things before we just instead on the YouTube is more sort of continuous in yeah, in a sense that we just built. Well, this one's not powered, but it still works. Oops. Yeah. Right, so now I need to make the Fulgora Express actually bring stuff back as well. Boop. And should I also... Now, what is the rule in terms of the stuff that goes from Fulgora to Volcanus? Where does that go? Which one of these does it go on? I think it's actually... I think I'm actually mixing things up. And I should have a third ship that is Novice Express. Because then I could have like one ship managing all the inbounds or all the outbounds. But now it's kind of doing both. It sounds a little vicious, yes. Oh my god, I'm so tired of this cat. Shut up. Shut up, kitty. Well, he has food, he has water, he has cuddles, he has access to go outside. Yeah. Now he's just complaining. And I could also do like custom 500 to at least get something inbound. He doesn't have attention, no, but I just gave him attention. That's why my break was a little bit longer. I think I did one that was just a science runner. Yeah, I think I want to do a science runner as well. I think we want to build like a generally new one, but so when we say one is a Volcanus Express, does that mean that it's in charge of getting all the things to Volcanus, or does it mean that it's in charge of getting everything from Volcanus? Because it should only be one thing. So either this is a pull everything in, or it's a push everything out. What makes sense? I think we build it first as a get everything in, which means that the second ship we should make is actually going to be if we make it as an inbound ship, if you call it like Volcanus, then that's the inbound. Volcanus import, for example, right? Then the one that is Novice import is basically foundries, cliff explosives, electromagnetic plants, and science. Yeah. So let's make one, then that would be... So we'll change the names to this one and call it import. Because that's what I wanted to do. And then we make another one. And that will be mainly... The logistics was designed as a push style, was it? Yeah, but... Huh. Yeah, it makes more sense that it's push. Because Novice pushing inserters and stuff outbound should be the same one. Yeah, we push stuff from then. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. So let's change them back to... Then we'll call it export. And then we'll have to change a lot. You're not quite there, are you? Oh, shoot. That's going to be difficult now. Means need a new group that is going from. Ooh, these groups also have wrong names. Interesting. Copy paste issues. I should use these arrows instead of Unicode arrows now that we have arrows in game. They're also little chubby ones. That one. Right? If I do this, will it change the name or will it just make a copy of it? That's always the interesting thing. And that'll probably mess up everything for everyone downloading blueprints. This is so difficult to figure out. Let's have a look. On novice. Oh, this was not correct. And then we'd also have one that's... Oh, didn't I make that yet? No. So this means that should no longer be here. This one should be here. This one should not be here. Because this is exporting out of Fulgora. Yeah, but now there's 0 of these. So that should be... Oh, I hate this part. Why? Why? It's my stupid sense of aesthetics here. Okay. Well, we should fix it while we don't have too many ships. So this is Fulgora export. That should not have that one. That should be like this. And it shouldn't have the other ones. So if I delete these, the thing is, like, as soon as I delete the last instance of it, it disappears forever. So the Nilaus export should have, weirdly enough, that one. It should also then have the Nilaus to that and Nilaus to that one first trip. It should have all of them because this is where they are stored and kept. Yeah. What a mess. But does it need separate logistics for every planet? If it's just push, Fulgora will export the same thing to everywhere. But not everyone will want the same thing. So either... Okay, so... Yeah, they're right. You're right. This is why I hated it. This is why I hated doing this. Okay, let's try and explain it because there's a hole here. Right. If we say Fulgora is going to export whatever, all the things that I make on Fulgora will be made on Fulgora, and they'll be exported to everyone else. So if it's better to make on Fulgora, I'm going to make it here and push it to other planets. That's super logical. But there are also things that I won't need on specific planets. Let's say laser turrets, for example, or stuff like that. So does that mean that every planet is going to get laser turrets even if they don't need it, just because someone needs laser turrets and they just happen to be made on Fulgora? Or let's say Tesla turrets, for example. But Tesla turrets are only really needed on Gleba, so do I need it also on Gleba? Then I would have to sort of say each requester planet should get a subset of everything that's exported, which means again I'd have one export group and multiple import groups. That's not great. If I do it the way I'm doing it now, which is I can feel is also wrong, I would then have this long list of things that goes from Nauvis to Volcanus, and the same list pretty much that goes from Nauvis to Fulgora, and later on the same list basically that goes from Nauvis to Gleba. And that means I take 3 times as much on the ship, which is no reason to do that. So that's also incorrect. So what should I bring? So I'm kind of leaning towards that each planet has like, this is the stuff that I make and I'm exporting. And then each planet should basically be requesting this. And then there's separate subgroups that are for things that only this planet pair is actually getting. So for example, Fulgora is exporting Tesla turrets to Gleba. That means there will be a specific group that is Gleba to Volcanus. No, Fulgora to Gleba with just the thing that only goes one place. So yeah, you could use a common group. This is what I'm also did previously, I think. Like one big group that's like, yeah, this is what all planets need, and it's coming from Nauvis to begin with. And at some point when the hub is better on Volcanus, or it starts to become a quality hub, then I'll switch it over. So it should be not actually be a Nauvis to Volcanus, Nauvis to Fulgora. It should be a Nauvis out. So basically, Nauvis exporting. What is Nauvis exporting? And then all the other planets should be grabbing this because it's generic things. Which means that stuff like this is not part of the generic, but it should be part of a specific. That sounds more complicated than what I do. Yeah, but I don't know what you do, and I don't know if it makes any sense what you do. Because it's really easy to do something like, yeah, this is fine. And I'm really good at finding edge cases where whatever you're suggesting just doesn't make any sense. So, do you remember the conversation in the previous stream of the hovering over a planet? This was to not having to wait to do some supply runs now and then. This would favor import more. So that basically the ship is hovering over a planet, and when I start consuming things, then what would be the leaving condition? I'm running out of something. So you basically hover over a planet with all the inventory, and then the planet sort of pulls things down, and then you go like, oh, I'm out of green belts. Then it starts another supply run. Is if you use one thing a lot, that interrupts will keep triggering. Yeah, I'm not using interrupt. Yeah, well, actually, that would be the interrupt, yes. That is true, but then I would think that it's the same thing. Like, if I start building a factory, it's the same things that I'm missing. So it's going to end up being modules and beacons and inserters and yellow assemblers. Those are the things, and belts. And most of those things come from the same place. Later on, everything will come from Volcanus, with the exception of electromagnetic plants. So later on, it's not really going to be a big deal. We rebuilt the node, and every time we change it. Yeah, but shooting that is not an argument for not changing it, in my opinion. Like, if you go like, oh, we've changed it 3 times, so now I can't change it again, because then I would look stupid by changing it again. Or like, yeah, then we're kind of stuck on some bad solution. I think it's always better to keep iterating, and if you find yourself like this redesigning the same thing and coming to different solutions every time, then it's a little bit weird. But if you end up coming to the same solutions, then yeah. I think import logic would make more sense. The ship does not really need to hover over a planet, just have it do rounds continuously. The problem with the rounds continuously is that it actually can sometimes take quite a while before it gets back. So if it's hovering, then you can empty the capacity on the planet plus the capacity on the ship before it goes out another round trip. But if it yeah. You can do another ship just with vast amounts of belts, inserters, and substations. No, that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, but just have 10,000. Like, yeah, but if I built 10,000, then why would I keep it on a ship? I'd just drop it on the planet. Increase the number of ships on the same route to combat latency. I don't have the infrastructure to do that. It's very bad infrastructure. So at this stage, I am leaning towards each planet has a generic export, which I also think I did last time. And on top of that, there is a pairing between planet pairs for things that only this planet pairing requires. The first trip is probably unique anyway. Like these, we can kind of discount those, whether they are the same or not. That doesn't matter, because it's a one-time thing. And then we could say, okay, what is it actually that Nauvis is exporting generally? In the beginning of the game, it's basically exporting this part here. I'm changing it. That is the export. And then we'll just see if there is a different export. Yeah. Even though we have these things on the other planets, then in the beginning, let's just kind of assume that that's kind of also what we want there. Let's do that. Okay. And then let's look at the other ships. Vulcanus will have like a generic export. And then we ignore science. Science will be on a specific ship, will it? I don't know. Let's do science on a specific ship. These are the only things that we are exporting at this moment from here to all planets. Yes? And then Fulgora. That one doesn't exist anymore. And that one is also on somewhere else. That one is not there. And that one is not there. Okay. And this will now have a different icon like this. And then later on, we'll start changing this to sort of be also substations and beacons and modules and stuff. Recyclers. Yes, recyclers. Good point. Export mech suits. Oh, yeah, belts from Vulcanus. Absolutely. I was thinking like there must be more, but there was more. No, that's not really enough. This point, shouldn't inserters also be volcanoes? No. Because on volcanoes, I don't produce green or red circuits. So I would fly green circuits from Nauvis to volcanoes to turn them into inserters to export them. That doesn't make sense. So pipes, no, I'm not exporting pipes. Pipes is not something we export. You make that on every planet. It's easy enough to make. This is the stuff that is unique to this planet. Yeah, each planet should make its own inserters, yes. Do conditions need to change? So exporting. Now that means it's unloading here. It is never unloading on its own planet. All requests satisfied is yes, but this one will never have all requests, will it? That means it's only ever dropping off at a planet. That means it should just be... How long time does it take to drop off? Doesn't take 30 seconds. It does take like a non-zero amount of time. Like this. So we just go there. Make sure we're there for 10 seconds. Foundries are here. Okay, and then I definitely want this one up first. And then I also want to add volcanoes as a unloader. And that will be circuit condition is... hate that it's greater than or equal to 1. There. Does volcanoes need to export calcite? Not at this point. I mean, it kind of needs to, because otherwise there's no point in having foundries anywhere else. So I guess that's kind of a thing. What's the capacity of this? 500. I think that makes sense. It takes more than 10 seconds to produce all the ammo needed for the conditions, so is there a need for it? Yes, because it might actually not need to do that. And then it could come in and just go out before it even triggers. I feel I've seen that. Okay, so this is a clean setup, I think. Then I'm going to change the same one here. This one will now be volcanoes, or Fulgora up first, where it does this. But not allowing to unload here. Then you will be... like that. No, like it. Now it's export, not unloading. And this one just has the outbound, and it's working on it. And Fulgora ship enable volcanoes unload. Yes. Thank you. Go away, music. You're awful. Second edition. No unload, yes unload, yes unload. Yep. So. And these still have to be here because they're first trip. Should drop all stuff which is not a ship condition anymore. What? I'm trying the new request system, or is it doing... I'm not doing the new request system because I don't think that it actually is good. I have hypothesized it, and the fact that you cannot control what planet you're requesting from means that you have to, have separate requests guiding each planet pair. And I think that's too much. Also, you can't, let me just see something. universe, you can only put an icon here. You can't put a string or a group or something like that, which means that if, like, the logical thing is like, oh yeah, just do this, but that doesn't mean anything. Does that mean that I'm requesting stuff from Volcanus to Volcanus, only to all to what? I don't really understand what I'm actually mean then. So stays ice cream truck as always. It kind of does. I kind of really haven't figured out a way to get anything better out of it. Also because, as I mentioned it a million times, is that the reason why I didn't want the reason why I wanted the demand driven network in the beginning was because I was thinking about the same way as trains, where you want a demand driven network of trains because there's a finite capacity in the train network, and you don't want to fill it up with irrelevant transports. Not that it really causes fuel issues, but it just kind of, there's no point. Well, it fills up the train network, and train network will be the capacity for large bases. Very often it is. So since that's never even an issue in with space age, and you can have a million parallel ships and they will never interfere with each other, then that whole idea of you must minimize the amount of space transports in motion is irrelevant. The only reason you'd want to minimize the amount of spaceships is to minimize the amount of computation in order for the ship. But I don't know if a ship in motion versus a ship hovering over a planet is taking um, more or less updates. Oh, it's a small ship. Quality accumulators are not a good idea because I need a millions. Most of the accumulators go into science, and then I couldn't use speed modules, and then I'd have to have a build that's 3 or 4 times as big. So that's why. Now this ship needs circuit condition greater than a volcano station. Yep. It's annoying because it should just be. This is much more correct. Just saying. Greater than 0. This is just more correct. Yeah. I've been annoyed every time I've set it up, so now I'm just fixing it. There. Good. We're on Fulgora with this thing? That's weird. What kind of export? Mm-hmm. Set the import from planet for each item. Yes, sure. How do you do that with Circuit Network? That's the whole point. If I use this one for set requests, how do I specify where each item is coming from? Because that has to be part of the circuit condition. Circuit transfer from here. And I don't know how you're going to be setting that up. So that's just so now I want to say, okay, I want to request green circuits. And it's sending it on the universe into what? On this one? Sure. But then I have to keep control of it, that this is what does this Volcanus mean? Does that mean that it's Volcanus requesting? Does it mean that it's requested from Volcanus? I can't see. I can't see the upside. I'm building a lot of circuit logic for what? Like, what explicitly is it? Because you can. Yes, I don't give a shit about it. Like, it's just because it's a new feature. What does it do that I can't do right now? If you can answer that, I'll consider it, because I haven't found a single reason why or anything that it can do that we can't do right now that would make it easier. And it has to be explainable, supportable, maintainable, and handle edge cases. And it's like, when you start messing with circuit logic, then you also have the issue of, okay, what happens when something is requested and then it is getting there, but the circuit signal is still there, even though it is en route to the planet. Like, there's a lot of things that go different. Lower buffers in orbit. I don't know why that matters. Exactly. Reduce space traffic. Exactly. It makes your viewers happy. No, I don't think that does. Is there too much traveling in space? Is there a space jam? Space jam. With the biter eggs and spoilage because they have expired. That might be true. There might be like special cases also in terms of maybe science, for example. Then that could be a thing. But until we have that, then I don't see it. Okay, these are coming in. These are kind of okay. So we still have a number of ships still moving from here. Now, that was the orbital part. Now I have to do the other part. That's going to be down here. Why do they not have cargo ships here? Oh, that's not really working, is it? There we go. Okay, so now I change these conditions. This one will now request everything that's coming out of Fulgora, everything that's coming out of Volcanus. There. Those things are being requested here. And that will go in. Oops. Definitely not. Oh, that's actually disastrous. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Set requests. Why are we reading content? I don't know. On the green wire. That's being requested. Sweet. And now I don't need that one. And then we'll have another group that's called science. Okay. Okay, so this one is just basically, I want the generic stuff that Fulgora produces, I want the generic stuff that Volcanus produces, just get it in here. Then we'll do the equivalent over here. Not that one anymore. And we'll say, I want the generic stuff that Fulgora is producing, I want the generic stuff that Navis is producing. Here. And that can gradually be changed if we feel like that makes sense. And then it goes in here. And that's now being requested in. Great. Then we do the same thing on Fulgora. Generic things that is requesting here. And generic things that... Oops. Lucas. There. Okay. So now, next part is... Why the hell do we still have so many junk things? That one is not used by anyone. Yes, that's not used by anyone. Yes, that's not used by anyone. Good. And that one's used. Okay, so now we clean up a little bit. Not used. That's supposed to be there. That should not have been used by anyone. First trip. Oh, it with the wrong arrow. Junk. Junk. Not used. Not used. Wrong arrow. Wrong arrow. Okay. Yes. So we got the groups now. Come up with any uses for platform to platform transfer or the unloading base. Unloading base, yes, if you want to do like late game train things. I don't think it's really necessary, but I think it's pretty cool that you can. I mean, again, if it's not needed for 1,000,000 signs per minute, then I don't really see where the use case is. Wrong request of Volcanus. Okay. Yes, that's correct. Why is that? Why is this incorrect? I don't know why this is incorrect. This is Volcanus says that it wants... Oh. Oh, this is incorrect. Volcanus is requesting stuff from Fulgora and stuff from Nilaus. Okay, so it was the Fulgora one that's broken. Yes, indeed. Correct. That one. And that one. And... the outputs from... Boop. There. Yes. Happy? And the platform to platform is good, yes, but I think most people forget how the game works. And forget that you don't have access to calcite and copper until after Gleba. So making anything in orbit before Gleba just doesn't make sense. Like a factory in orbit before Gleba just doesn't make sense to me. Because you can't get copper, and what are you then building if you can't get copper? That means you can't get it in circuits. You can't get plastic. So, or you can't get coal, and that means you can't get plastic. So that's also not working. And calcite means that you can't get use any foundries. And I was like, okay, so you can't get copper, you can't get any circuits, you can't get plastic or oil, and you can't use foundries. Like, why am I building a factory in space then? Does Fulgora need calcite? No, it doesn't. Should have gone first to Gleba. Yeah, sure, but it could also just get my hand stuck in a car door or something if I really wanted to. About as practical and useful and fun. No, this does not really need calcite as far as I can tell. But yeah, it gets 500 and then it doesn't get any more. That's fine. So now at this point, is this ship actually activated? No. It is activated like this. It's still missing some inputs here. Yep, that's coming in. And this one's half of it coming in, and then we need a full load here. So it's good. I think that floating a warehouse above Gleba to connect the inner planets to Aquilo could potentially be useful. Maybe. That's like, yeah, maybe. Or floating a factory over Aquilo and just dropping things down from there. But then again, that you could do the same thing there. The ship-to-ship transfer just... I don't know what it... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe for Prometheum somehow could be useful. I don't know. Yeah, Prometheum could actually be useful. Because then you could sort of have your ship come home. No, it doesn't matter. No. I don't know. Probably doesn't matter. No, I don't want to do that. Because then I'd much rather have consistency instead of having overrides to overrides to overrides. That's just bad form when talking product development. Does putting a radar on a spaceship do anything? Yes, it allows you to transport or to send signals from one radar to another radar on the same spaceship, or from the ground to the spaceship. Anyway, once the spaceship is done, which it almost is, this is coming in. This one is almost coming in, and then we're still of. Yeah, they're struggling with the blue circuit still. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I'm going to do about it. There is this problem. Yeah, there is actually something I can do about it. I just don't have enough copper. Why do we not have so much copper? I only have 4 trains here. It's just bad. It's just bad. There, and that one. Wow, that might actually run out. 4 million here. And 5-3. Those are the easily accessible ones. I mean, to kickstart the greens on steel isn't bad for Fulgora, but would be just for early and you'd have to decommission it. Yeah? Okay, let's go back to this one. Now let's build a science spaceship. Because we should have some of this. Oh, really? Nice. Yay! How much do we have? 1.6 plus 1.7. Let's actually get that spaceship. And I want to get that spaceship. So the Nilaus ship has left. Did it get enough? No, it didn't get enough. But that's fine. Now it goes here, here. So now I'm going to make another spaceship. This one will be... It's a science vessel. That's one of the best. The Amerigo is... yeah, the Amerigo cutscene from the original StarCraft. When the raid on the science vessel, that is so good. The guy who picks up, got your Sturg right here. Like, yeah, thank God for cold fusion. Less storage, more speed. Now, don't care. I'm not gonna design special ships for these kind of things. Yeah, Galactic Science Lab would also be nice, yeah. The only thing I've noticed the mixed rockets do is cause loads to be short repeated. Yes! Science Station might actually hover over Novice and use interrupts for refill. Yes, that's exactly what I was intending. Yeah, Old Blizzard was good, yeah. They had good humor, and it was humorous, and it was sort of in joke. It was not... It was, maybe it was still cringe, but I don't know. There, we got it. And the science vessel. Boop. So this is just like a cycle here, and then I would have interrupts. Would I interrupt when I'm saying I don't have any of this science, then go to that planet? Or would I say I have something on the planet, go get it? I think it's better to, when I run out, I go get it. Because there's no reason to go there just because it has something, because I might not need it. So the interrupt should be no interrupts found. Let's get some 2 icons here. Interrupt condition. Any planet imports 0. What does that even mean now? Just... anything that we import from Volcanus is 0. Then we interrupt. And then you go to Volcanus. And you're gonna go... stay there. Like this. $30 seconds? It shouldn't be there for too long. Yeah. I like that. I think that's good. I don't want to stay until all requests are satisfied because it might be a problem that means that we don't make any signs there. And I do the planet science, not the specific science, because I might change what I'm... any planet import 0 from that one. And then go to that one. Whoops. There. That's, I guess that's kind of it, isn't it? Oh, we should have also a science. That one. Which will... that and that are not relevant anymore. Not this. Yeah, actually let's do also this, but that doesn't really matter. Ish, right? Called interrupt planet refill. As there's nothing specific about science in the... can be thoroughly used for other ships. Yes. I think I'll change it when I need it. But I think you're right. You're definitely right. Okay, so... spaceship is... spaceshipping? You're editing the group. Yes, that's intended. They are connected. It should be the same. So this one is also changing. How does the interrupt know which science is from there? That it knows because it is saying that any request that is from Nauvis is then triggering. So since the request here is from each of the different places, then it's fine. But will that now pull space science up to the ship? Oh, that's actually interesting. It really shouldn't, but yeah, it might actually. Let's do that. No, it doesn't. Info from platforms. Oh, like that. Interesting. Yeah, that's correct. No platform providing materials. Well, oh, actually, that's funny. That's not even what I want. Yeah. Because I don't even want it there. I wanted to get it from there. So that's just like, not from here. Won't the current system put a lot of system into your logistics system? No, it won't. It won't be in the... well, yes, it will be in the logistics system, but it will be inside this one. Because as long as it's requested, it'll stay in here. It shouldn't be going out. It does a little bit because weird things, but it should stay in here. Yes. That works. Yeah. There is a space between Volcanus and the lab, but not... Oh, is there? Wow. That looks better, right? Very important. Alright, I'm happy. I think this is good. It's gonna take forever to get there. I think you could leave white science as request from platform, since the space science platform doesn't have respite. I know. I could do that, but then it's just this click away from messing everything up. And I don't really need that. So, that's why. Cool. I'm gonna take a break because feels like a good time to just take a break. And then when we come back, we have the science vessel, hopefully more done. And then we can jump on in for the bonus hour and see what else we need to get done on Fulgora to sort of feel happy. Definitely the mech suit and some research getting done. Be back in 2 minutes. I made it. Here. Okay, why not let the space science provide materials to other platforms so you can possibly kickstart the space science provide... The space platform. Like this thing that doesn't do anything except like science. This one isn't able to do anything. And I just explained why it doesn't make any sense for me to make a space platform at this moment. Because you cannot, it is physically impossible to make a factory that produces foundations, which is the very basic thing you want. Or solar panels, or turrets, or anything basically. You can't make any of these things with the exception of pipes. Pipes is the only thing you can actually make on a space platform with this one, and yellow ammo. And that's just not worth it, because you don't have access to make copper in space. If Nauvis has electromagnetic facilities, should we consider updating the blue chip on Nauvis right now? No. When we upgrade... When we build this, why would I want to build it on Nauvis when I could build it on on Volcanus. So I'm obviously going to melt it on Volcanus. Why isn't iron stuff to new platform? I don't think that makes any difference. Like, by the time I have built everything, it should be, well, should be more or less ready. And it isn't, but yeah. At this point, I can just go there. So now it'll leave whenever it's ready, and it will, once it gets turned green. I mean, yes, it is possible. I could just send 100 of these up with a rocket, and then it would launch faster. I don't really care. Like, it's one of those things where, like, making a big change for something. Like, okay, here's the thing we could do. We could say, provide materials to other platforms. It's kind of funny. Let me just do this, just for stupidity's sake, and then I'm gonna do that one. You're gonna get 100 of those, and you're only gonna get from other platforms. Nothing happens. Shouldn't this one be able to send this one off? Does it require this one? Yes, it does. And now it comes in here. Like, okay. Happy? We used the new feature. Woohoo! Happy? Everyone's happy now. Useful building ships over cannons. Yeah, I mean, late game, I think it's genuinely useful. I'm not saying it's not useful. It's just I think people are overestimating how useful it is because you can't build anything that requires copper. That's the thing, right? Until we go after Kleber. So it's only after Kleber it becomes useful, and I think that's too late. I think it's too late. I think that in a normal playthrough, by the time we're done with Kleber, we have done 80% of the game. So, yeah. It wouldn't need to be an actual request, just an automatic request for construction whenever your ghost insert material into a machine. Where's that request coming from? Coming from another ship. How did it get to that other ship? By a rocket. Okay, so why do I send more stuff to one spaceship just so that the next spaceship can then ship it over? I don't see the point. I just don't see the point. And I can't build it in space. I really need people to stop saying, because it just isn't possible to build things except for yellow ammo and pipes in space and belts. Belts we can also make. You could make an ammo fuel factory over Volcanus or Fulgora to resplit other ships. Wouldn't really work over Novice and probably not worth this point in the game. It is absolutely not worth it. Like they get their ammo by themselves. Once they're in motion, they get it. Let's look at this one when it gets here. Yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds really cool, but it's like it's the same thing when we saw the interrupts. Like, oh my god, you can do all these crazy things. Like, yeah, but it doesn't really solve anything new. It's yeah. And if we look at it, like how long does it take for it to actually be ready to go? Okay, so it still needs, yeah. Actually, don't need 160 ammo to get that before it can leave. This is now at Volcanus, and what's happening here? Okay, it's just kind of unloading the stuff. I think I needed to go like this, because otherwise, when it gets to Fulgora, it never goes there. Plus, Volcanus to Fulgora has to pass through Novice anyway. Why did I go 180 here? That's different from the other ones. Hmm. Like that. Mm-hmm. Could have a non-self-sufficient ship that does not build its own ammo and does not produce its own fuel, I guess. Kind of cool. Yep, that's true. Early platform quest might also be useful for speedrunners. I don't know. If you fill 1,000 items on one platform and want it transferred to another, is it instant or does it take the send? It takes some time. We just saw that it takes some time. We don't know how much time that actually is. But I would imagine that it's the same transfer time. Like they have to do the animation and then wait a time and then do the landing animation on the other ship. No unloaded novice, correct. And this one is now waiting to be green, so this is waiting for the spaceship to produce. It's a little annoying, this part, but this is only because we're looking at it. If we weren't looking at it, it would go faster because we weren't looking at it. Anyway, back to Fulgora. I think we fixed the ships. The science vessel is what? It's still waiting for... What? Where are you at? Where are you at? You're still sitting here. This feels weird. Oh, right. It's because it's... Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is... this is actually needing some ammo. Damn. And now all the other ships are coming in, so I'm going to take some of these ships and just bounce some ammo over here, because this is... Like, if you look at it, how much... Like, it's fine, but 247 ammo have to be crafted over Novice, which just takes forever, since nothing is happening in Novice orbit. So this spaceship will just send a kilometer out and back. Yeah, but I just need a little bit of... But you're right. This ship, I could also just export from here, but no. You're actually right. That maybe I should trigger this one and just kind of hope that it gets there. Needs kind of shooting something here. So this is all good and happy. Now we're getting more and more of this. This is what we want. And then it actually starts consuming a little bit of the ammo now. But so far this has been net positive. 220 missing. 240. Ugh. 260 missing. This is a little bit of a gamble because I'm super impatient, but I guess you guys know that. Yeah, there's a business now. And here's that one. Hopefully it'll stay in orbit and actually build up. Good. And now... There, that one. Yeah, look at the happiness. 4,000 coming in. And let's see how much we're missing. 400 missing. Oof. But they are also very happy with their resources, so... Yeah. It's all good. Oh, Fulgora. As long as it's Fulgora and not a spaceship. Like, this is a problem, by the way. That this is degrading. It was not a good idea to park it here. It shouldn't really be here for longer than it absolutely needs. Oh, it is coming in with more. 1,000 more. There. And now I really wanted to fly away. Please fly away. But it's 360 missing. It needs 500 and it only has 150. Ouch, that's not much. Can I add a condition on the capacitors? No, because there's nothing the capacitors can do. They can just kind of sit there and empty, and once they're empty, then that's just it. Nothing I can do will make them work better, yelling at them or anything, so. $340. Still takes forever for this to depart, and I really want it to go soon. Let's set up the science part here. Let's do another condition when this science is greater than 50. Then, what do we want? What is the first science we want from here? Quality modules? No. That one? Yeah. Or the deep sea? Scrap recycling is I was happy with it and I didn't realize it doesn't really do anything. Processing unit productivity is really nice, but it's not the first thing we want. I think that's this one, even though it's 5,000. Personal Robot Mark II is 750. I think it's this one. You'll need the rails pretty soon. That's 2,000. I don't want to do the 2,000. I want this one. And that has to go up top. And you sort of cascade downwards. That one should be here. If we don't have anything else, then just do mining productivity. Laser. Let's do shooting. Let's see, how much was the laser doing? Laser is 4,000. This one's 2,000. There. That one, we don't have anything else that is only space science, do we? No. So that one cannot. Condition can die. Yeah. It's the low density. Yeah. And let's have a look at the science vessel. Oh, that's not great. How bad is the power? Yeah, it's fine. How are we doing here? 235. Get out of here. Oh, we got another 5,000. So basically we are waiting until it turns green. I can't wait for that, can I? Oh, the lightning collector. That's true. Lightning collector is the most important one. Where is that? That one. It's also not so expensive. Yeah, Clever is only white. Yeah. I think we should, yeah, send it. I think we should send it. Just to, then it'll hover over Nauvis for a while. I just needed to get home safely, and I think it'll get home safely. Like, we have 300 ammo, exactly 300 ammo. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Is that slower? Ah! I don't think that even matters. And these ones are now charging. Just as soon as we leave the planet here, it starts charging. I think it's fine. Ammo on the belt? Well, the ammo on the belt is counted among the 300. It's just, it doesn't count all the stuff, the ammo inside. So this is like the most critical point, where it's most dense. And then it'll start dissipating once we're more than halfway. I am honestly, even because now we're looking at it, it hasn't been a problem before, but I'm kind of thinking like, couldn't I just make a small platform that just makes yellow ammo and ships it over to other ships as they come in, so that it's sort of sitting in orbit. It might be slow, but it's accumulating, and then when it comes in, it can just get this immediately. So now it gets this, and that is, yeah. Thirteen of those don't have that. I can just make it. That's a little bit more than I need, but let's see. I don't know if I have yellow belts in. Yes, I do. Good. Would rare solar panels and green assemblers work on the spaceship? Yes. Green assemblers. I don't know. I only have yellow assemblers. I don't have the green ones yet. I only have the yellow. No, the assemblers wouldn't make a difference. Because this is, if you look at this part here, it is constrained by the smelting speed, not anything else. So, these going faster wouldn't do anything. But better solar panels for sure. Better turrets? Nope, not really. I can upgrade like the middle ones here, but that doesn't really save us anything. What could be working? These ones better. Let's see if we have any higher quality ones. We have one, so it doesn't really make a difference. Is at this point you might just want it on just Fulgora volcanish. Okay. Here. This one I do have quite a 6. Well, that's not quite a bit. I thought I actually had a lot, but nope. Just 6. That's not much. Gears. Gears? How are gears not a thing? How do we not have gears in our logistics network? That's so weird. Whatever. I know. It's just Mirage. I know I don't think it's a good idea, but it's not a good idea long term. But it might be like, yeah, sure, it might do a little bit right now. I don't know. It feels just like such a temporary thing. That's why I'm not really jumping at the idea. Because as we get better inputs, better processes. Why is that doing this? Oh, because this is not a... No, this is not. This is so weird. You have this. Why is this the... Oh, because it... What? Oh, this is not measured. This belt. There. Then it switches. Lightning collector. Good. It wasn't monitoring the belt. That's why. Makes perfect sense. And I have... Nope. All but the last one. Why are you not working? I guess we don't even have iron on the belt anymore. What is the world coming to? Good. They're all fixed now. Good. And that's going to be lightning collector. Great. Happy. What is it we want to make on this plan? Let's have a look on the power here. Ugh. It's not great, okay? It's not great. And this is running out soon. Getting this crap and this crap in is also just really annoying, but let's build this train station and see what we can do. Yeah, they're relying on lightning collectors, which I don't have. Okay. The rail post, yeah, but I do have them. They are here. They're fine. There's a little bit of deep, but I should be able to get here. Maybe not smoothly, but I should be able to get there. Yeah. Ah. You're right. You're right. That is unfortunately a must-have for that one. It's not a big deal. It's this one, Deep Ocean. It's just a combination of Navis Volcanus and Fulgora. This actually means you can't really go to Fulgora without going to Volcanus first. It just doesn't make any sense because you can't get this one without also going to Volcanus. So this is just another like 1,000 here and then 2,000 here before we can get the one we actually want. So whatever. It's still working and it's still gonna work for quite a while more. Let's have a look at what we want to build extra on this planet. Quality upcycling? No, we're not gonna do that. Why do we not have? Cursed rare quality. Yeah, so we actually only have the cursed stuff. I'm not really. I thought it was fun to design the cursed stuff, but I'm not really liking it. Like I thought it was really fun, but I can't be building this thing here. Also because it's not 100% stable. Hello, Deck Knight. Speedrun does Glaber first, I believe. Yes, of course, because you then get twice as much science for free. So, but you can't really say speedruns and then use that as extrapolate how normal people play the game. I'm really in doubt about rare quality hub. What the hell is this? Rare quality robots? Quality upcycling. I'm just kind of the one thing that I was kind of planning on doing here was building modules, making a module build. But maybe I don't do that. Yeah, models are better on volcanoes. I think so too. Everything is better on volcanoes. They just kind of... Eh. Yeah, quality modules. Yep, there it is. That's the one. Which means that when we're done with this, like, what more do we need? We don't even want to do quality upcycling, do we? Like, I don't think we want to do quality upcycling on Fulgora. But does that mean that we just built this tiny little base and just sit here for 3 hours or what? But 5 hours maybe. But this feels so weird, doesn't it? Quality of electromagnetic plants. No, they don't really do anything. They're faster, but speed is not the essence. Like, the stuff that you want quality for in the beginning, actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe there was like a thing here. The rare quality hub. Just seeing what actually is in here. Trying to do rare quality stuff here. And this monstrosity is doing what? Making higher quality holmium, I guess. But this is epic quality. Yeah, we don't do stuff like this at this moment. This has to be after also. Yeah, you know, we don't upcycle at this point. It's going to each planet and do a minimalist thing, and then, or unlock stuff at Volcanus, unlock stuff at Fulgora. Then the question is, go to Volcanus and build infrastructure, or go to Gleba to unlock. But the thing is, the unlocks on Gleba are not that cool. Because even if we unlock this one, it takes a while to get there because we have to set up biter farms. This one is nice, yes, but it doesn't really change anything. That's nice, sure, but science speed or consumption isn't really the biggest concern right now. Have anyone to share this news with, so I'm going to share it here. I've been in a bad place for the past 9 months due to an injury that has forced me from work, but I recently awarded a national emergency medal and a state fire medal for 10 years of service. Wow. First, I'm sorry to hear that, and second, congratulations on that. National emergency medal and state fire medal. Due to an injury forced me from work. Are they related? Your national emergency medal and the fire medal, are they related to your injury, or is it just happenstance? Clever unlocks are worth it for the stack inserters, though. I'm stack inserters are not. I mean, they're great, sure, but I don't think that we have a lot of things where with like, oh no, it's only 60 per second. I don't have a lot of things that are like that. Yeah, stack insert is the most useful, but it's not that useful. At this point, nothing more than 60%. Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking that it's much more valuable to go to, after we're done here, go back to Volcanus, because on Volcanus, then we can make circuits so that we never need to worry about that. And then we can use, we can then make the different sciences if we want, and we can also start making quality modules. And then quality modules are novice, which is funny that that's in the Volcanus book, but I designed them at the same time.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Quality, and speed. Okay. Father's Logic, thank you for the 20 months. National Emergency Medal was for the 2020 bushfires in Australia. The injury was not related to, but required surgery. Oh. Right. Well, I hope that you are recovering. And you're saying that you Forced me from work. Hopefully you can get back to work once you're done with the surgery. And since it's an Australian, my recollection of it, of the Australian health system is that it's bad, but not as bad as the US, right? Is that a fair assertion? Then let's get that one, unfortunately. And look at the science vessel. Science vessel is... Well, we're not really getting anything, are we? It just needs to get to... Come on. Yes, we just barely got it to 1,000. There you go. Is anything as bad as the US? No, not really. Then you're part... Yeah. Take care of you. Time for people to take care of you, I hope. Yeah, I hope so too. But that's unfortunately not always how society works. Why is... Oh, here's a problem. Like, it will never trigger to go to the metallurgic science. Well, that also doesn't matter until we are stuck with that. Very good to help fight depression until clever. It seems pretty bad. I have an aunt there. Was time at home for a while, but was forced to go back. Ugh. Health system can be slow, but it's free. Yeah. I during my festival a week ago, then two women got hurt because they wanted to move a big table, and they didn't need any help, so they could do it themselves. And then they lifted it, and then it was only sort of the table surface. It was still a really heavy one, but then when they set it down, there were no legs because the legs had stayed. And then one dropped it on her foot, and the other one got her knee torn because of the shifting weight. And problem was, when it was a Tantra festival, that we were just running around in it was in the middle of the night, and there were some, like, people being helpful, but the problem was that someone was coming in and go like, I'm a doctor, I'm okay. And then we're like, oh, there's a doctor present, how fortunate. And then I started, she was like looking at these little vials, like, is this morphine? I can't, can you just see if it says morphine? I was like, what? It doesn't say morphine on this one. Like, oh, okay, the little brown vial, like, does this say morphine? I'm like, it does say morphine on it. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like, something is not adding up, right? Something is not adding up. Like, this is not. And then she had like a I don't know, it looked like something to measure electricity with, and like it had a display, and it had a little wire and a pad, and then she put the pad on the foot, and then she turned some knobs on this, and it started humming, and it was a lot of pain. It was like, oh, it is sending out the frequencies of the heart to heal better. You did say you were a doctor, right? And since she started sort of pinching their ears, I got, does this hurt more, or this one, or this one? Like, this one, okay, there. And then she just did some acupressure on the ears. A defibrillator. It was not a defibrillator. And I was like, and then she put these little band-aids on the knees and in the neck, and everything was just like really quickly. And all right, let me just. And I was like, this is not. I've not seen a lot of doctors, but she was really confidently working. But it was also like, I haven't gone to medical school, but I don't think, according to my many rewatches of House, this does not look like, well, maybe it does look a little bit like House, but there was something, everything was wrong. And then I was like, I don't like this. And I was like, I think we need to get an x-ray. And then there were basically two factions. There were the factions of, let's get you to a hospital so you can get an x-ray. And the other faction was like, what are they going to do? What is the x-ray going to do? Like, this is working fine. Like, the doctor's not, they're just going to be like, yeah, whatever, just go home and get some rest. Like, this is working. There's no reason to go to the medical, to the hospital at night. And then I was just looking around, and I could find some other people, and we sort of exchanged glances. They were like, "Okay, we need to strengthen our faction here." I was like, "Okay, do you have a car? Okay." And I was like, "Okay, I can drive, but okay, if you can drive, fine. You have a bigger car, great. Okay." Then we got the one with the twisted knee. It was like swollen like crazy. We got her in the car, and we got her shipped off to the hospital. And then she got an X-ray, and they couldn't see anything on the X-ray because it was a ligament. It was not no broken bones, so she had to come back the next day for a CT. She was not a doctor. She was a homeopathic doctor. And we're also like heading to the hospital, and it was like, oh, what are they gonna say? Did you give her morphine? And she was like, they will not. They will just say it's sugar water, but it is like, yeah, because it's fucking sugar water. Yeah. But the weird thing is, like, may well have been a plumber. I'd rather have a plumber fix me than a homeopathic doctor, because a plumber will at least acknowledge that it might be something with fluids and pipes, but that's not really enough to go by. How does a homeopathic doctor have morphine? They don't have morphine. They have something that is that is thinned down so much that there might be, if they're lucky, one molecule of morphine in the vial. Like that's the dilution levels. Um, so yeah. So the next day, and this is like the how next day. So I volunteered to take her next day for a CT scan, and then the other woman who had dropped on her foot, she also wanted to come, and kind of persuaded her to come along. And then we drove there, and I was like, hold on, you can't go to a medical room in Denmark during the day. You have to get sort of a doctor to direct you. You can't just show up at a hospital unless you come in by an ambulance. So we had to call around to find a doctor. So first we got the one woman for the CT scan, and then we started driving around the greater Aarhus area. We found the sixth doctor who took her in, and we were sitting at the hospital. Then we had to drive like 25 minutes out to find that doctor, who looked at her leg and go like, yeah, you need to get an X-ray. And he was like, yes, please go to the hospital. We were just there. I was like, sorry, that's how it works. So we went back to the hospital. The other one came out after a CT scan, we talked to a physiotherapist and a doctor, and the other one went into the X-ray. And it was like, all in all, it was a lot of hassle about like the blue health insurance card, but ultimately it took 4.5 hours, and we got a doctor to look at the foot and got a redirect to the hospital. We got a CT scan, and we got an X-ray, and nothing cost anything. I was like, all right. So it might have been a little bit frustrating, and it would have been a hell of a lot frustrating for someone who didn't speak Danish. She didn't. She was from the Netherlands, so I had to keep pushing. And it would have been a hell of a lot more difficult for her alone. But all in all, like 4.5 hours to get an X-ray and a CT scan, like, I don't think you're entitled to complain about that. No cost. Is there no concept of urgent emergency care? Yes, there is, but that's when you come in by an ambulance. During the day, you have to get a doctor to send you there. During the evening, you can call a special number where they have like a doctor on duty or nurses, and they will then direct you to the hospital. Yeah. Don't have doctors in a hospital for cases like it? Yes, but they savings, yada yada yada. They don't want people just showing up at the hospital, and they don't want queues there, so they sort of screen before, and that means like you have to either go through your normal doctor if it's during normal business hours, or call a medical hotline, and they will sort of over the phone and with video conferencing determine if you can get a spot at the hospital. So I think all in all it worked really well. Never heard of a hospital where you can't just visit. Yeah. It's true as usually. Yeah, and there were like cases where going to the hospital, we finally had the forwarding, and then she was like, the receptionist was like, yeah, please type in your social security number, and my Dutch friend was like, I don't have a Danish social security. No, just type in your birthday. Type in the birthday, like 6-digit birthday, and you just couldn't press enter because you're missing the last 4 digits of the Danish social security number. And she was like, I can't. It doesn't. Yeah. Just type it in. And it's like, it doesn't work. Yeah, it does work. And then I came up to her and I go like, look, lady, it doesn't fucking work. Please come. Look, just type it in. She's like, oh, I thought it worked. Like, yeah, well, maybe you could listen to someone when they tried to type in a 6-digit, being told to put in a 6-digit when it validates only on 10 digits. Like, come on. It was just the automatic, like, you don't speak Danish, so you must be stupid. That's a great attitude. That's a great attitude to have. And someone who speaks their native tongue is a huge advantage anyway. Yeah, and absolutely. Yeah. What little nonsense people rush to. Exactly, that's the thing. Like it is about gatekeeping to sort of make sure that the doctors don't get overrun with trivial things. And even the trivial things takes time to look at and evaluate and then go like, no, it's trivial, get the fuck out of here. And then it always turns out to be like, but you're here, so let me band-aid it up and let me think, and okay, you need to clean it up, and then, takes 15 minutes, and that should never have been there. So I understand it. It's just really impractical if you are a foreigner in Denmark who get hurt during the summer break during normal work hours, and you have to find a local doctor, but they're all on vacation, and the ones that are not on vacation don't want to take you because they are overburdened. Like, that sucks. Well, don't go to hospital often enough. It'll go away on its own. It will. It will. But not in a good way. That's actually interesting. Why do we not have that? Why do we not have those boxes? That's because we never have steel passing through. Why do we not have steel passing through? That's actually a problem. I never really thought of this. Because I am actually relying on this. So the solution, wait till the evening. Yeah, actually, it's better to wait until the out of normal business hours, because then you call the medical hotline and then they can redirect you. But there's also more queue. But generally, yes. Get an ambulance. You don't just get an ambulance. Since you don't pay for it, then that's also sort of... Yeah, and then you, of course, can lie your way and go like, oh my god, there's bleeding everywhere. And then they'll send an ambulance, and then they'll be like, nope, we're not going to give you a ride. So, I don't know. I mean, in all things considered, the fact that we could get all this done for free in 4.5 hours just actually was pretty nice. So. Hurt my shin with enough force to need stitches. Did I go to the doctor? Stitches? About that. Now I have a nice dent on my shin. Yeah. Some people don't go to the doctor and should, and other people go to the doctor and shouldn't have. Like, it's weird. Yeah. Basically, we just want this to complete, and then we want that to complete. Once we get this here completed. How much we got? Oh, we got plenty. We got plenty. Why does it fluctuate so much, though? Oh, because it needs both the purple and yellow, and we don't really have that. Yeah. So maybe we should just do something else that's only relying on yellow while the purple reestablishes. Probably not. Doesn't matter. It's... Well... We'll get that one done in the meantime. Ah, they spread out again. Seriously? We need artillery. Where was our foray into the wild here? Yeah, that's also a problem. Why do they spawn so close? I don't think they usually did that. I don't recall them spawning this close. This is so weird. Is Red dead? That's really weird. Oh, the gears. Why are the gears so slow? Ah, because the belt is not actually doing what it's... It's not just not getting enough in there. Come on, get this in here. Definitely need artillery. It's so close that it destroyed all my turrets. I wish you could something like... Yeah, like this one. Like this worm is also spawning within range. Which I really don't think it should. So they've messed something up. And I think it's fair to say they messed something up. Because it's been working for 10 years and then suddenly they change it. That can't be like a conscious decision or go like, you know what? We've not touched the biters for 10 years, but you know what? Let's just make them spawn on top of people's bases suddenly. Like, that doesn't... probably not. Is anything incoming? Yeah, there's something incoming. There's also something coming from here. Maybe we're sending a messenger for him. I don't do that. I'm sure other people have done that. Nice dodge, little robot. Yes, we're finally getting that stupid one. Oh, yeah, we discarded. Barely. And they're not powered because I'm missing... There. See if they get repaired. This is gigantic. And we're making inroads, but it's expensive as hell. Come on. Are you not getting things? When do you actually have? Oh, logistics storage. Not many. Oops. Probably should have more in logistics storage than... And from here, please bring them up. Yeah. Here comes the next wave. That's good. And we're just finally getting rid of some of the bigger stuff. That one should be taking care of the last. Right? Yes, barely, but it is. All peace, all peace. And here. Just give it a chance to repair and then bring it all back. Whew. Okay, so artillery is also something we want. Maybe we want that more. That is here. There. So artillery. But I still want this one more. Why is it not working? Is it? How's the red one so dead? I don't get... okay. Why is... Okay. So, iron is also dead. Very much so. Mm-hmm. One iron deposit. 2? What? 3? Wow. Yep, I guess we're actually running out of resources on Novice. That's a bit surprising. There are 3 trains on every patch. Like I have... okay, that's actually not good. I should... If I have 6... If I have 3 positions here, I should have 2 waiting at each, maximum. Where's the last one? Last one's up here, and that one doesn't have any. Oh no! It hadn't been activated. Oh no! Okay. Still want to go there. Yeah, okay. Yep. It's unexplainable. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, but that's probably a good reason why it wasn't working as well as we had hoped. Oh, by the way, I also realized there's something here that we can do. There. That. It obviously doesn't make a difference right now because it's saturated, but still it's it is nice that we don't need to pick up all of it. Is anyone coming up there yet? No. But one is, I guess, yes. And that one's coming back. Okay. So we're starting to use this one. And this one will be loading quickly. Why not include crafting? Because actually, if I include crafting, then it will not start putting it in until it's done with the craft, because it'll retain it as 40 even while crafting, and then they have 0 in buffer. Then it completes the craft, and then it'll start picking up. That means it's not going to work continuously. And if I wanted to make it continuously, then I would include the crafting and then put it to 80, and then I'm not really getting anywhere different. So then it's going to be the same. Okay, so we're having iron issues, and that's the reason why the red circuit with the red science wasn't working. Still not really working, because we are also really short on iron in this build, and steel is just vanishing into what? Into LDS. Okay. Okay, so it's LDS that's struggling right now. The condition, yeah, it is. It kind of is. Let's see. And this one is just not getting anywhere. Damn, that's so annoying. And steel. How many did I need? 31. There you go. That was just annoying looking at that warning. And then the other one should be getting there. It just isn't. Right. You still want it crafting to produce the extra uranium, but you don't want it to take 2x the amount in the internal buffer. Yes. Now it takes 1x the amount in the internal buffer. And all of this has now run out. That one can be reconfigured. What? Okay. Little bit, 70 plus a little bit there.
A new subscriber arrives.
Jiggerman, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Still want your crafting to produce the extra uranium. Yeah. Let's get our grid up here. Good. And we also need something over here. A trivial amount here, but still. But envy is real. These bots are not particularly fast. Yeah, and maybe. Yeah, that's kind of all we can do. And I've disabled my robo legs. There, everything is happy. Good, we keep going. This is a 79. Hey, it's working. That means we probably have a fully saturated iron belt. Nice. Well, almost. Yeah, so big issue, small solution. It just hadn't been activated. So then the question is, why is this one not working? Because it's not making these. I knew that was a bad idea to do it this way. Because they're all stuck here. All 200 of them. And this one is 85. What is your take on why they left the LDS shuffle in? By the way, I don't know. I can't really figure out why they nerfed the casino, which is a big, awesome factory in space, and they nerfed the LDS, which is a abusive game mechanic to produce thousands of legendaries per second. I don't see the logic of why they nerfed one and left the other one. Okay, this one's getting there. Then we can get over and get this one, I guess. Yeah, but that's we're basically done with Fulgora, and tomorrow we'll be completely done with it. Yeah, this one that refuses to build until we have the rest here. Thank you for the bonus hour, and I will save this one, and I will also be uploading it to the save game. So if you're a patron supporter, you can just download the save game and keep playing from here and fixing all my silly mistakes. Also, if anyone is interested, then we talked about some earlier in the stream. There is a shibari painting that I have commissioned of a tie that I did with my my partner, and I shared it in stream chat, so that you guys can see it, and it's probably not going to stay there forever. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the save game. There, 19. So the name of the file is going to be logical, completely logical. It's 09e3.t19. It's the episode 9 end plus third iteration of that dot. Then I started the Twitch stream, and then it's 19 hours of Twitch stream on that save. It makes perfect sense why that versioning is there. Cool. Thank you all for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for some some more. The stream is this next stream Monday. The stream should be tomorrow, right? There's Sunday tomorrow. Or technically today, I mean, we're in Europe, but yeah, Sunday evening there'll be the normal stream. Good night, and take care, and everyone just have a great rest of the weekend, and I'll see you guys Sunday evening. Good night.